Hey, Trini. Thanks, Prince. We did this one the other day. This the one that got me banana, y'all. I'm gonna finish this live. I'm determined. Yeah, we gonna finish this live. I can't be on camera because I'm sharing text messages. I don't want my head all in the way. Thank you, thank you. Hmm. Y'all give me a second. Hold up, y'all. I'm still here. Give me a second. I'm trying to fix something. I just realized something I did. Y'all, I'm still here. I'm trying to do something. That was weird. Hey, KGR. Hey, Cree. How y'all doing? I know there's some stuff going on, people live, but that's cool. We'll manage. Thanks for tapping the live. Thanks for sharing the live. I appreciate y'all. I got my account back today. Let's see how this one go. Cause last time I did this one, there was a problem apparently. I got some screenshots I need to share too. There we go. There we go. All right. So why do so many men abandon their responsibilities? What the hell? All right, give me a second. I gotta get out of this. Me, y'all. Um, let's see if I fixed it now. Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened to the caption. That said, father's women. That was weird. All right, I was able to fix it. It's fixed now. Oh, child support. I missed it. I ain't been on TikTok all day, y'all. I was on here early this morning, and I was like, I'm gonna be productive today. I ain't been on here all day. But Ashley, what you say about child support? You want to come up and give her like a synopsis of what you talked about? Yeah, it is a lot of people on live. I'm just on here because, like I said, I ain't been here all day. So I'm gonna hop on regardless. I was just in Publix love. Hey, Ashley.
At the time that I went live, there was a lot of people on live, so
Yeah, people been active today.
I mean, I was fine with it because I didn't want them losers to get mad about it because they usually get mad about child support. So
That should be setting them off.
right. Oh, and I think my AC about to kick on, so let me move to the other room. No, because one of the talking points was that black women are living high off the hog and they're paying all this child support. They just cannot exist in life. They cannot get by. They're just barely making ends meet because they're just paying all this child support because they're the most active fathers at the same time. And I pulled up multiple research articles showing that black women aren't even on child support in higher numbers. They don't even qualify for it. They don't even receive it when they get it at higher numbers. They're getting the least amount of money and the lowest payouts across all boards. So that's why I've made the first comment. Like, you mean to tell me out of the six, they still managed to be three? 3 to 6 still managed to owe the most out of all that, knowing this man must got multiple kids, knowing that you're not even least likely to qualify, you're least likely to have the order, least likely to get the actual money, and actually least likely to get payments. Out of the 6, 3 of them are the black guys, and they all owe the most. Girl. And then I also went over the reasons why the women didn't put their men on child support, and it was broken down by race.
Broken tables. Being the top of everything big gotta suck. Like being number one in all the bad categories like that. Y'all need to do better.
And I think that's the reason I think I said, I think that was this live that I was saying that I don't know if they're doing this consciously or subconsciously, where the attacks on black women, and that's the reason why I have been posting my videos and eventually just started going live with the data, was because across almost all metrics, black women are just doing better. They're not doing great, but we are doing better. And I think they see that and they're just kind of hurt. They're kind of butthurt because they're not. Across most metrics, they are barely getting better, or they're just remaining very stagnant. So they just feel some type of way about that. So they're trying to spin this narrative that we're not. And what I was talking about is, even though we're getting better with our education, decreasing the teenage pregnancy rates, every businesses are going up, all of these things are getting better. They really want to spin the narrative that we're all out here being sexy red and like city girls. We're all welfare queens. We're all bitter baby mamas, even though the birth rate has declined. Even though we're more educated and have access into white collar jobs. So I guess we're all ghetto, sexy reds, and these white collar jobs at the same time. So they're really trying to present to the world that this is the image. The image is Megan Thee Stallion twerking on stage, and not like Michelle Obama. And I think it's because if you see all of these metrics are looking better for Black women, everyone else sees it too. And if you see, more education, meaning we have more networking opportunities and we have more access to better, areas with other groups of people, those other groups of people see we're not the problem. It's not us. But then if they get in contact or get around these same groups of men, Black men, just unfortunately, you guys are not evolving at the same pace as Black women. So they see you guys are the problem. So I think it makes them feel some type of way.
Yeah, I think like Black women are seen as the mules in society, unfortunately. And for a very long time we've carried our society like struggle love was a whole thing. Just supporting men and all their endeavors and all that stuff, and like it's gotten to the point where women are becoming more educated. They see what's going on, and like, you know what, fuck this, it's crazy. And a lot of them, they can't take it, right? To the point where like whenever they come and they start talking about Black community, we've learned that thank you, we've learned that they're just talking about themselves. They're not including us in that, because they'll quickly talk about like things that happen to Black in the community, but they won't stand beside us with reproductive rights and so on and so forth. So like, yeah, you gonna have men complain about child support, but what happened to the Black community? What happened to the fact that we got Black children that needs to be like they need support? What happened to the conversation about generational wealth and all that? Like, that shit just, I guess, is out the window. Um, that's crazy.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Sal. You weren't introducing the conversation. Why are you off of mute?
yeah. Because I wanted to just add to what. Uh,
You want to shit. Next time you follow directions, you come up here, you wait to be introduced to the conversation. You don't just hop off mute. The hell wrong with you? Listen, men, y'all gonna be coming up here. Don't come out here, um, throwing your dick on the table. If you want to say something, wait to be introduced into the conversation. Not was that Dex. You wrong. DGA, did you want to comment on the topic?
How's it going today, ladies? Um, but I did. I would like to know.
Are you
Go
like in an
ahead.
empty room or something?
Kind of. Am I
Can
echoing?
you can you no, it's not an echo, it's just like is your mic, could you like get a little closer to the mic or something?
Oh, you're trying to say you can't hear me, really? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better.
Do you want me to drop down and come back up?
You don't have an echo? No.
Okay. Okay. Um, so all the statistics I've looked at, I know for one area is that Black men make more money than Black women. So I challenge those statistics to some degree. You guys are definitely the most enrolled and probably the most educated, getting close to the most educated as far as,
We are the most educated per capita.
uh, but they go based off of enrollment, generally speaking.
No, I mean, if that's the case, then we'll never be the most because of our the amount of our population. But
I was
per
about to say
capita,
you can't go
Yeah,
by
yeah, okay.
off the most enrolled though, because there are certain careers like medicine and healthcare. Like as I'm a nurse, that the very first semester or two they have very high dropout rates. So why would they go off of enrollment? Oh, I'm
Because
sorry. Did you say something?
uh,
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said something. My bad.
no, I didn't say anything. Um, but either way, I'm supporting that fact to whatever degree. I said you guys are definitely the most enrolled and probably are at the top of the most educated for sure. But as
no,
far as pay,
no, back up. No, per capita, Black women are most educated.
I was about to say, let me help you out with that. They go
But I
by
think we're getting caught up on
Hold
that.
on,
But I
hold
was
on, no,
talking
no,
about
because you said it. We don't spread misinformation. Let's address that real quick. Go ahead, Ashley.
they go by the highest increase in education, and I think that's where you guys get confused at. So if everyone's going to go by, everyone's getting educated. Congratulations. So if YT people increase their educational attainment by like 3%, and then Black women increase theirs by about 8%, and then Black men increase theirs by 6%, Black women have had the highest increase in educational attainment. So it doesn't matter at the very end what those numbers end up equaling out to be. Even if you total all of that out and Black women's percentages are still lower than everyone else's, the actual increase is still higher than everyone else's. So that's why when they say Black women are the most educated, that's what they're actually talking about. They're not talking about enrollment rates.
so okay then I can accept that the increase part, but I mean the increase. I mean that just means that more of you guys are going to school versus
Yeah.
actually being the most educated.
I
See
mean,
how
currently
you?
right now it's 42.5%.
So and once again, I'm saying that you guys are up there.
No,
I'm,
no,
I'm
no,
not.
no,
I'm not
sir.
even.
Hey, listen, calm down. It's like you saying you'll recognize that, but the but is where you fucked up at. You're wrong. That's it. You're wrong. You got some facts you want to give? We can talk about
So
facts.
I was talking about the income thing.
Hold up, chill out
I was
for a
about to say, do you
second.
want me to show you the graph that I made? Because I can show you the increase in education attainment.
What about income
Um,
though?
Sir, hold up for a second. Hold up for a second. You need to calm the fuck down, first of all. I don't know which side of the internet you think you on. You don't run shit up in here, so you need to listen for a second. You're not just gonna speed past and say a bunch of shit. If it's something that's inaccurate, it's gonna be addressed. Simple as that. So whatever point you want to make, put that shit on hold
yeah, we
and
can do
we'll
one
address
thing
what
at a
you're
time.
saying. Exactly. Like calm the fuck down.
Can I make
Um,
a point?
Yeah, we can do one thing at a time. The good thing is you got someone who deals with data analytics too. That's why I was like, we can address one thing at a time. It's okay.
So the
So
first thing. What? Oh, can I just make a quick point?
we can talk about
no,
the income too, because I got
no,
you on
no,
that front.
no. You can't make a quick point. That's the thing. We need to get this right before you try to go and make a point. That's not how it
No, no,
works
no.
over
I'm,
here.
I'm, I'm, I'm trying to, I'm trying
No,
to
you
correct that
asked,
piece.
but listen, you asked and it was declined. So no, you can't make a quick point. Let's clarify it. Okay?
I just feel like it's
So
kind of
just
disingenuous.
hold. I don't care about what the fuck you feel. I really don't care. Um,
I
let's
mean,
get that together first. So, which statistic you using, Sarah? Where you get your source from? Maybe he don't know he on mute.
So, am I answering that question, or am I being
Now
allowed
you
to
gonna
move?
answer. We're staying on one point at a time. I'm actually where you got your statistic from.
So, what statistic? I never made a statistic
I know,
call.
but no, we clarified, and you try to debunk it, even though you were wrong. So I'm asking you what source you using to try to debunk the point that was made.
So, what was the
So
point
you
that I
have
was
no.
talking?
Okay, let's just do this. You don't have a source, and because you don't have a source, because you don't have any statistics to verify what you're saying, when we give you the information, you need to concede to it. Otherwise, I don't understand the point. So yeah, we're not gonna play anybody face up here. You were wrong. If you got something to debunk that to prove that we were wrong, I will accept that. But you don't. So no, you can't do the buts and. But I'm just saying you was fucking wrong. Acknowledge you were wrong, and you want to move on to something else. We can.
Well, I'm not moving on to something else. That's what I'm trying to say. I keep
Okay.
trying to make a
If we're
point
still talking
towards
about
what we're talking
education,
about, and I can't.
are we still talking about education? Because I do have the percentage of the different types of degrees or the overall degrees, if we want to talk about it. So you want to talk about
No,
associate's, bachelor's, or graduate degrees, or just the actual college itself, or the non-degree certificates too? Because I also have that one.
So, but you clarified what it was already. You said actually.
and then you in a very insincere type of way, you try to say, "Oh, like that wasn't true." Like that's when you insinuate it. Instead of you saying, "Oh, my bad, I stand corrected." you try to double down on your point. So let's acknowledge this first. Were you right?
I
Whoa,
acknowledge
whoa,
that
whoa,
she
whoa,
changed
whoa.
the.
Hold up. Let me ask the question. Were you correct when you said that is you was like we can go off of the increase, however, but you said but something. I can't remember what you said. It was some BS. Are you going to concede that you were incorrect, or you don't have the information to try to like counter that claim?
You just said you don't remember what I said. So how was
I,
I incorrect?
uh, I knew you was. So you agree with Ashlyn, right?
He said, but we still make more money.
Okay. Okay.
And
All right.
that
So
was the main point I made at
hold
first.
up. Goddamn. Are you agreeing or disagreeing with Ashlyn just said? Is the question very
When she
simple?
changed up the definition of what the
Mm.
studies are proving, that changed the subject. She said that everybody is thinking that this means that we are somehow having the most educated people, but it actually is talking about the increase in education. So that doesn't necessarily mean that y'all are actually the most educated. It just means y'all have the biggest increase in education.
What about per capita? Do you have information on per capita?
Well, I was saying that, I mean, if we're comparing black men to black women, that we still are more educated than them. So,
And that's why I think that when I said you guys are at the top, I never even said black men. I
and
was
then
establishing at the top of all races.
and then if you're comparing again the percentage increase between black women and white people, that percentage increase was still bigger because the black, like for instance, white men increased by I think 2 or 3%, and then black women went up by 8%.
And that's the point that I conceded to is the increase. And I said that. I said definitely if you're talking about the increase. I
So
think Ashley made a great point when she said the increase. She said most people get it confused. And I said, oh, no, that makes sense. And then that's when I moved back to my original point was that everything that I've seen said that black men make more money than black women.
okay.
I do want to add though that the median wage for bachelor's degree holders is about 74 to $75,000. So if black women do have an increased percentage in getting bachelor's degrees, or just because this is just these are college degrees specifically, I hadn't even touched on the certificates that they got. That is an increase in hundreds of thousands of black women that are roughly getting towards increasing their income towards that 75K. Now, are all of them getting that? No, but the median wage for black women is about $47,000 to $48,000. So if majority of them are, a good portion of them are no longer going to make that 48,000. I'm just saying that to say that if they're getting college education, they're not going to be making 48,000. They're going to be inching closer to making that 75,000.
Yeah, but like no one's saying that black men don't make more money essentially because we still live in a patriarchal society. So the thing is, it's going to be easier for black women to get certain positions, but they're going to get paid less for those same positions that specifically black men would get paid more for. So yeah, which kind of goes back to what Action was saying about child support. If the men are making more, why are they bitching about child support? But go ahead and make your point.
Um, so starting off, because I have my bachelor's degree and I've looked at the numbers.
We don't need your resume. We don't need statistics. Just make your point.
Make my point about what?
Did you have a point that you wanted to make?
So, all right, so we're moving on from the pay and all that stuff then, and then I can talk about
No,
this
I just want you to make the point.
about the subject, right, on your screen.
The point you was about to make.
Can I add something to the pay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to remind anybody in the comment section that yes, black men do make more money when they actually do work. Black men have had the highest unemployment rates for, I mean, honestly, ever. But there have been 1 million more working black women than black men for at least about 25 years now, since the year 2000, so almost 25 years. And black men had unemployment rate of about 5% on average for that entire time until this year, where it was at about 6%. And we know that they were costing the government that whole 50 billion or something like that. That was a couple years ago, and with inflation, I'm pretty sure it's more than that. And that doesn't include the incarcerated individuals. Congratulations on Black men. They did decrease their incarceration rates, but they are still at least twice as high as other groups of men. So that is a chunk of Black men that are outside of the employment. And then also with the homicide rates, that's a good portion of men that aren't included because they're being unalived at record high numbers. The number one cause of unaliving for Black males between the ages of 1 and 44 is unaliving. So yeah, they're being taken out on a daily. So yeah, a good chunk of them are not going to be included in this conversation every single day.
Yeah, and I think when we think about that wage gap, because that wage gap is closing, if they want to keep that talking point, they need to start working a little harder. More of them need to be more consistent. Otherwise, like that point that he's making, 6 months time is going to be mute. But go ahead and make your point, sir.
I mean, the difference is not even $50 a week, but yeah.
I think it's $48, right? Ain't it $48?
Yes, 48.
Hey, Trini, just make your point. Just make your point.
I'm trying to start talking. I can't.
Your background.
You established we're still doing it though. So so like myself, I make $96,000 a year.
Sir, we don't care how much money you make. Nobody asked you for your resume. Do you have a point? Hold up. You got to talk about yourself to make a point. I've been up here. I got a hold up. I got a whole background right here. I'm talking. Not once did I say anything about my personal life. Like, we don't need to know about you, sir. We don't need a resume. What is the point you wanted to make? Because you came in with talking about statistics and you was off about that, right? You came in real hard. What point were you trying to make? Do you know what I mean by making a point? So usually when people make a claim, they use the evidence to back it up. We don't need you to talk about your evidence to back it up. I just want you to make the claim. That's it. Do you know what I mean by making your claim or making a point? Was like
I made a claim the first time, and you guys just proved that it was right. That Black men do make more than Black women.
Sir, we fucking sir. What the fuck? We know. We just said that. That's why I said I don't want stop, sir. We don't need you to repeat it, okay? Just make the point.
But every time I try to make a point, you were talking about Black men. I'm a Black man, so I'm a proof.
Yo, hold up. Am I tripping? Y'all know smiley faces, yes. Crying faces, emoji is no. Am I fucking tripping? Or is he just up here rambling? Like, what the fuck is happening?
Wasn't it on your live where I said that I don't think that they make good leaders overall because they are too individualized, like they're too self-centered and they cannot think on a more community level? And then the men just melted, like they came up one by one to tell me that they were so offended. Like they can't think on a macro level. It's like me.
All right, so it's not me. Okay, thank y'all. Because I don't understand that. Like, he wanted us to know how much he make and what he do. Like, we don't care. Like, we care about the point you want to make. We want to talk about the point. We don't want to talk about him. Like, anybody down there? Let's do this. I'll do another. Hold on, I'm gonna do another. So we had hold up, Trini. We had 100% of people said, I'm not fucking tripping. Okay, thank y'all for the validation. Do y'all want to hear about his life personally? Do y'all want to hear about how much money he make, or where he went to school, or him getting a degree in any of that shit? Do y'all give a fuck about any of that? I swear, if you get a yes, sir, I'll let you do it. But yeah, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody wants to hear that shit. We don't fucking care.
It would be relevant if he made what the majority of Black men make. If you made $50,000, then I would like to hear your personal story. But if you're an exceptional Negro, we don't care.
Yeah, nobody fucking cares. They saying no. Sir, can you make the point or not? Just can you just State what your claim is.
My
Just
claim
the
is
claim.
against what you guys established. Now, if you want me to just talk about that, then I'll just talk about the subject that you put up. I can talk about that.
He fucking combative. I can't deal with no combative ass bitch ass. Like, oh my god. Oh my goodness. Y'all
Motherless
like this.
behavior.
Tap the screen. Shout out to the TikTok shop. Go over there and check out the deals they got in the TikTok shop.
Have y'all tried?
Hopefully they got some muzzles over there, some earmuffs, some earplugs over the TikTok shop. Y'all let me know if the TikTok shop got that shit. Like some really good noise canceling headphones. Damn.
I wanted to
Hey,
get them
so-
Pop Tarts from the TikTok shop. Anybody got them for real though? Because I wanted to try to get them. It was black owned Pop Tarts from the TikTok shop. I went to buy them from the
Black
TikTok
on
shop.
Pop Top?
Yeah, it called oh shoot, get gastro something. Oh man, I forgot. I'm they're seriously they are on there for real. But they have like a whole special where you can get like buy one get two free or something like that. But they're on the TikTok shop, but they're black owned too.
If anybody find the black on Pop Tarts, please send that to my inbox, please. I would appreciate that. Trini, I was about to let you go. Where you go at, Trini? Come back up. Hey, supervillain.
Hey Tara. Hey Ashlyn. I had a point to make. I don't have a resume. I'm sorry. Maybe next time. First, I did want to say to the point. I don't know if that was brought up. I came up towards the tail end of it with the whole black men making more black women, or excuse me, more money than black women. And this is what I mean about statistics with them not being able to read, do math, or watch between their butt cheeks. Um, in all demographics, the men make more money than the women. They're supposed to in a patriarchy, so that's pretty weird. Also, they don't put into or they don't add that women are caregivers, not just with children, just with family members in general. And women tend to get more sick and suffer from chronic diseases because they are paired with men. So sickness and just overall caregiving takes a lot of women, especially black women, out of the workforce to make more money with the absences in work. So for black men to be not that far ahead of black women, when black women are typically the ones raising these families, black men are literally not doing anything, is super weird. They should be like double what we're making. Um, Also, I don't know. The math number worked out for me. You guys can help me out. I'm trying to count on my fingers because 100% of black men say that all black women are dating the same man and that we all date deadbeats. So then who's the people complaining about child support? If y'all can help me figure that math out, that'd be great. But yeah, I'll yield there.
Yeah, thank you for just making a point. Shout out to you for doing that. Melanin, I ain't see you in a while. I just pulled you up here to say hello. I don't know where the fuck you been at, but it's good to see you. You ain't
Thank
even.
you. I
That's
missed your page and Eyes Alive.
Yeah, I've been it's just the same live that got me bananas. So I said let's do it a second round and see if it worked. If y'all not following my backup, I got live access over there now. Go to my link tree and follow my backup. Shout out to Alpha Line 56 out here and doing big things. So yeah. But I just want to say it's good to see you, Melon. I didn't see you in forever.
I've been around, I've been working, and I'm kind of tired. I had a medical procedure today. Nothing serious. I'm fine. I'm just chilling. I'm kind of tired.
Well, I'm glad you fine. This my y'all I go back to work next week, so I don't know how messy I'm gonna be out in the streets.
No, you gotta go back to work. We was trying to keep you out of there
No,
and out of the arms of a black man.
no, that's why I gotta go back to work. I'm gonna stay out the arms of these men, that's for sure. But I gotta take my ass to work. I'm gonna still be on live, but not the daytime lives. I know I'll be doing the daytime lives and people be at work. I ain't gonna be able to do those. So,
Okay.
all right, y'all. Let's get to what. So, as I was, Jay, damn Jay, my bad. What's up, Jay?
What up, y'all?
How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm good. What's going on?
I'm gonna try to start coming up on panels more, but I was gonna give an easy, simple answer instead of a long ass explanation. Me and saying it can't not do when they get up here.
Yeah, I think the not talking about yourself is a challenge. I think that like it's really a struggle. That shit is crazy.
People want to do long ass expositions about themselves. They want to pat on the back of extra shit.
Maybe that's why black men getting paid more money or men get paid more money because y'all like to talk about yourselves. Y'all probably sell the shit out yourselves at the interview. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all got that one. But damn, on the panel, we don't want to hear that shit.
That's why I don't like to date their asses either. All they do is talk about themselves. Don't ask you shit, little self-centered bastards.
But let it be a job interview. Them niggas will never show up. They put their resume literally everywhere else.
Side note question: is it better to get a teaching degree or certificate to teach? If you haven't completed your degree, you can get the degree. If you close to finishing degree, just go get the certificate. You can do like a summer program. It's too late for those right now, but some of them they got them. You could do. You usually start in the summer.
I just came up, y'all. Said, hey, y'all, how y'all doing? I gotta drop down and like once I'm done saying this because I'm at the mall and I gotta get back home. But I just came up to say, Melanie, I don't want them asking me shit. Don't ask me shit about myself, cause y'all motherfuckers lie. I realize y'all lie so damn much. I want to lie too. Let's be lions together. Because don't ask me shit so you can weaponize it against me. Don't ask me
Oh,
nothing.
you can't tell them everything now, girl. You can't tell them everything. But first of all, what motherfucking mall is open right now? Oh, you on the West Coast? I'm about to say, where you at, girl?
I was asking the same thing.
Okay, and number two, I saw you boxing. I was impressed. I saw you getting down. I seen it. I commented on the video. Mm-hmm.
Lynn over there got her workout on. She be on a walking pad, y'all. Shout out to Lynn. I'm gonna start going on the men's panels.
My bad. I ain't on the walking pad.
Not now. You going to the mall?
Not yet. I'm on the walking. I'm in the mall, but
You
when I
going to
get
real
home, I'm
walking?
hopping straight on the panel and straight on the walking pad because I'm really big in my back. Shout out to
What
women working
back?
smarter and not
I sent it
harder.
today. What back? Who back? Where back? I didn't see no back when you was boxing. What you talking about? And
The
what? And
video
you didn't
not
get
new.
it?
It was from like last year or the year before.
Oh, you were saying that.
But
You know what?
I gained like 5, 10 pounds, but I gotta lose it back.
But wait, you know what I'm mixing it up with? When your AirPods died, and you said you was dressed for the gym, and you had to go to the Apple store, and I was about to clown and say you didn't get everything you needed at the mall when you went to the Apple store the other day. I thought that video was from that day when you said I'm dressed for the gym too. Da 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 da. I thought that was just from the other day.
Oh no, I was wearing.
Lynn, they said share the walking pad in the Discord. Don't be selfish. I'm gonna tell y'all what I'm gonna start doing. I'm gonna start going on men's panels. I'm gonna get my resume and I'm gonna just drop right after that. I ain't even gonna comment on the phone.
Yo, we need to do that. That's
No,
another
no,
troll
no.
thing. That's so
You
funny.
got to take it a step further. You got to let them ask you questions and just keep repeating your resume and then drop.
Or don't
They
answer the
would be like,
question at
"What's your
all.
name and your age?" I'm like, "I've accomplished so much in these years that I've been here. My name carries weight. I'm building brands with my name. Oh,
And how
I'm
you're an
ready.
exceptional woman and how much money you make and all this other stuff that they don't give a fuck about and just keep repeating it over and over and over and over till they drop you. Yep, there you go.
And I'm gonna lie, y'all. I'm giving 7 figures. Okay. Um, I ain't never been with nobody, right? I also got sugar daddy. Like I listen. I control. Cause like, what the hell? Why do they have to keep telling us about themselves? Like, what does that do for them? That shit is crazy. Jay, you said something?
Oh yeah, I'm saying just don't answer the question. And you got to exaggerate the money you make. You make 100K a month.
No, seven figures. I'm in the millions. Bitch, you talking about? I'm making six figures. You ain't on my level. If I get on my level. All right, y'all. So this the live that got me banana the other day. Let's see if this. It's not as much traffic, so things are probably gonna be okay. Real quick, let me go over this. I know y'all can't see. Um, Parents not raising their children can have profound and lasting impacts on both the children and the fathers themselves. For children, the absence of the father figure can lead to emotional and psychological challenges such as lower self-esteem, increased risk of behavior issues, and difficulties forming healthy relationships. In the future, the presence of a father or a father figure contributes significantly to a child's sense of security and identity. For fathers, not participating in their children's upbringing can result in feelings of guilt, regret, and missed opportunity to form a meaningful and rewarding bond. Societal structures and cultural norms often play a role in these dynamics, and it is crucial to address these barriers to encourage active and engaged fatherhood. Support systems, family, community programs, and policy changes can help create an environment where fathers feel empowered and equipped to take the active role in raising their children. We're not going to comment on none of this stuff. I'm doing a quick go through because we did this the other day. I'm just want to finish this goddamn live. So that we talked about the impact. We had 2 examples that we went over. The first one was this one. I know y'all can't see it, but this is how a father talked to his son. Was it the son? One was the son, one was the daughter, being real disrespectful, basically cussing at their children. And then we went over this one. It was supposed to be a kiki, but we just was having a conversation about the fact that these men, let me get my laptop. These men are way older than the women in these relationships. Even when they start talking about the single mother, the amount of girls who become single mothers in teenage years and the fathers be grown ass men is deplorable. That shit is not funny. That's predatory behavior. All right. Hold up, y'all, because I got to pull up my thing real quick. Real quick, you want to say something before I move on?
I was going to add tie it to the child support thing. So if they're having kids with these younger women, and black men are actually maxing out income wise in their 40s, that they should be complaining even less. So they're actually at their income peak in their 40s. So they shouldn't they got enough money, right, to be able to afford these children. So there should be no complaints.
No, they don't want to take care of them kids. But that's the point I was trying to make to the dude earlier, but he couldn't get over himself. The idea, like, all right, black men make more money, so why y'all complaining about the child support? That don't make sense, right? Am I tripping? Like, if y'all got the money, you can pay the child support.
It ain't about the money. They don't want to pay it if they're not getting no coochie with the payment.
They don't
Period.
even want to be fathers if they can't get
Nope.
if they can't hunch on the mom and live in the house. They want to hunch on the mom and then live in the house at the same time. If
They want
can't have
total
those two, they're
access
not a
to
father.
you. If they can't have complete access to you, even though y'all ain't together no more romantically, they are going to abandon their children. Period.
But these are my legacy people. So it's like you don't really care about your legacy if you are not pouring into them. You're not financially supporting them. You're not emotionally supporting them. You're not doing anything. All you're doing is giving your DNA. No one can see your DNA. So that's why I said you guys are poor legacy providers, because when I see people, I don't know who your father is. So that's wasted sperm, wasted bloodline. Everything is wasted.
Girl, you
I'm
got to
just
give
on the
me some
math.
warning. No, you didn't put a lisp on legacy. You can't be doing that without no warning.
Yeah, I'm still on the math part because again, they said we're only sleeping with 15% of the men. So why are so many men complaining about child support in the first place when it's only 15%? And apparent to them, it's only the Pookie and Ray Rays who are gonna go to jail anyway. So again, why are y'all complaining about child support when it should be only 15% of y'all and y'all the Pookies and the Ray Rays anyway? I'm still trying to figure that math out.
Oh,
Well,
I
I
did
think
the math. It
Lynn,
was worse, right? Because it was 54% of them. You got to take 54% because they're single and childless. I made the video. They're losers. Don't nobody want them. They're unmarried. They ain't got no kids.
no.
That's 46%.
Sometimes they order deadbeat. That too though.
Baby, that's what
Sometimes
they
they
said.
order deadbeat. They just don't want to take responsibility.
They
But yeah,
claim 54% of them ain't got no kids. I said, sure, I'm not gonna argue with you. And they said out of that is 33% of them are married. And I guess married men don't have kids outside of marriage. And since they're delusional, they also take the 33% that are married out. So that's 13. I said, oh, okay. So now you're saying 13% of black men are having children with 80% of black women, even though 45% of black women don't have any kids. So I'm like, 80 plus 45 is over 100. And this is why you guys don't have as much education.
All right, so Malisa, hold up, y'all. Malisa said, we be getting a live goal. We don't want to acknowledge it. So let me just say this. Thank you everybody for contributing to the live goal. I appreciate y'all. We made it. Thank you. Well, I made it because y'all gave me the coin. I appreciate it. I'm probably gonna reset my live goal. I hope Malisa out there somewhere was able to hear that. Real quick, y'all, let's get into these text messages because I swear I waited a whole week to go over these goddamn text messages. Okay, we did it, Joe.
Hey Terry,
All
can
right,
I
so
answer your original prompt that you took down?
no,
The
they
one that he
all,
sent that,
Go
the
ahead, go
one that he
ahead.
the one that he couldn't answer why men abandon their child responsibility so much because these nigga dactyls, and I say that it's race neutral. So I don't know black men in his comments to be in his feelings. These nigga dactyls aren't shamed enough. That's basically what it is.
That's
Thanks.
new to me.
Whoa, Jay! Don't be talking about my bruncles and my brothers out there like that, because you know we all
All
related.
related
Don't be talking
now.
about my bruncles like that.
So just so y'all
80-20.
know, nigga dad cruise is in the for the community now. That's my first time hearing that one. That was wild, Jay. Okay.
We can
Vanity,
go.
Vanity
We can go.
said that. I
We can go
think
Jay,
with
you
me.
didn't know because of the 80-20 rule, all the black people are related. That's the only way that makes sense. Is hills have eyes scenario. So it's our bruncles, is our, cousins are literally the brothers are our brothers. So you ain't gonna talk to our fam like that.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
I
but
misspoke. Vanity coined niggatheticals. Niggatheticals. That's what it was.
All right, y'all.
that's
Hold up,
brilliant.
y'all. Hold up. No, mute up real quick, y'all. I told y'all I've been waiting a week to get to this one fucking slide right here, and I got a few of them we never went over. I'm definitely gonna let y'all keep going, but let me get through the slide. Okay, I know y'all can't see shit. If you want, you can screenshot it and make it big. I'm gonna read it out loud for y'all. Okay. So this person, and these are kind of going through the process of talking about, well, first we started talking about how the fathers was talking to the kids, and we talk about the dynamics of the relationships. I want you to remember a lot of times when we see these slides that the men are significantly older than the women. Just keep that in mind. This is someone texting somebody that a potential person they would date. Okay, so she said, so if you don't mind, I'm going to ask a barrage of questions. What are you looking for? And what are your intentions when it comes to me? Are you married or currently in a relationship? Do you have any kids? If so, how many? Do you live by yourself or anyone else? Do you believe in God? Oh, that last one's all right. Anyway, so God fearing, definitely. That was easy for him to say. Don't do that one. He said, I got a 1-year-old son. My brother lives with me. I just ended a relationship with a crazy ass woman, and my intentions are for you to know you are for real, nothing specific. And my intention for you are just to know you for real, nothing specific. Okay. She says, how long ago was your relationship? Why did you end it? How is the relationship with your son's mother? And that's fair, and I respect your intentions from me. He said, just ended a month ago. Just let that set for a second. Just ended a month ago. Because she was just unkind to everyone and found something negative about everything. What about you? So she asks, how long were you guys together before the breakup? And so you're not looking for anything serious? Like 3 years. So they was together for 3 years. The baby is 1 year old. And a month after, quote unquote, breaking up, he's saying my intentions are just to know you for real. And this a new baby daddy, y'all. Anybody want to respond or comment on this slide?
Anybody who has a baby that young, you just need to run the other way. Just no. No, never.
It's a no for me, dog.
Hey,
He
Marlisa,
still
I just did a celebration for the live goals, Marlisa. You missed it. Go ahead, supervillain.
I was gonna say it's definitely a no for me, dog. He still got her breast milk on his breath, so yeah, it's a negative.
Oh, and he said she was crazy. They just broke up. Where is she lurking in a bush? No, no, ma'am. Mm-mm.
I don't date men with kids. Ew, nigga, ew. So
Men are diabolical liars. The one they broke up 1 month ago. Ain't the baby brand new?
That baby 1 years old.
Oh, he ain't got time to be dating nobody. Go help that woman.
And what do y'all think about my brother lives with me? What about that one?
He broke. That no. I I can't do grown men with roommates. Well, I'm 4B, but even when I wasn't, I can't do that. You got to live by yourself. No.
So we do clock that's a lie, right? We clocking a lie, right?
the God fearing is a red flag. The newborn red flag. Brother red flag. Unwed child red flags. It's Six Flags red flags.
Just broke up. Red flag. Calling her crazy. If she is crazy, that's a bad thing. If she isn't crazy and that's just how he talks about her, that's also a bad thing. So,
And he said she's unkind. The woman who's probably doing most of the child rearing for this child that she just had, she's unkind.
He's probably God fearing because he knew he should have married that woman before knocking her up.
I don't think she gone. Where she they probably trying to work it out because of the baby, and he ain't told her that he trying to move on. No.
Bella, Dad, you clocked it. I was about to say he right in bed, right next to her right now, texting this other woman. He probably got the baby in his hand and
Is
everything.
that the brother? Is that the roommate? The mama? Sir.
I would have said, because they like to shame single mothers. Same thing for the single fathers. I would like to say y'all for recreational use only, but you guys have now been ran through your used goods, and I'm going to have to kindly depart because I am a high value woman that does not have any children, and I know my worth.
Yeah, it's so weird how they say, when children come along, you lose value or whatever. This man got a brand new baby and got the nerve 3 a month. Sorry, you first of all, not only you lying, you don't have time to be trying to have a relationship. You need to be worrying about your child's cognitive development, meeting milestones. That one, is that baby walking yet? This shit is deplorable.
Like, what's your child's doctor's name? I bet you don't know was it pediatrician that young? Yeah, pediatrician's name. Tell
No,
me
he
what your
don't know.
pediatrician's name.
He don't know the baby blood type. He don't know about that. He don't know about nothing about that baby.
He don't know the shoe size. He don't know what the baby like to eat. He don't know nothing. Don't like the baby's favorite. Don't know the baby's favorite toy. Don't know the baby's little favorite a little show. Nothing. He don't know nothing.
Don't know the brand of the diapers, just absolutely nothing.
Buying the wrong diapers is crazy.
Yeah, don't know the it's on formula. I bet he can't pick it out on the shelf. Huh. Mm-mm.
We don't even know doesn't even remember what it looked like. I think it's the blue can. Nah.
The next step is for him to say, "Oh, that baby ain't mine. I found out it wasn't mine."
That was my brother baby the whole time.
I'm not even sure if it is mine because she was tripping.
Yeah, this is a bunch of lies. I just put this one in here because word on the street, some of y'all still dating these men. So I was like, all right, let me put this up here for the unfortunate ones who still dating these men or whatever. So yeah, but God fearing, that right there, that's a hard stop. Right, that's a hard stop. All right, let's go to the next one, y'all. This wasn't the most exciting one. Let me make sure I got the right one.
While she's switching it over, I encourage all child-free women to shame the men with kids. It feels so good. And take one for the team, for the single moms. Go ahead and shame the men with kids.
I'm team Shane. All right, y'all. This was a little longer. I know y'all can't see it, but anyway. I need to charge my laptop. All right. I have some bad news. I don't want to ruin your mood with it, but I have to tell you, it's nothing about our health or anything like that. So she says, okay. He said, my ex wanted me to come talk to her after work. The addict. Long story short, she almost 3 months pregnant, saying it's mine. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry. I would never have started trying to date you if I knew. I'm not trying to be this type of person. I effed up with a terrible decision. Now I'm losing something I had the highest hopes for. I can't apologize enough to you. I'll give you the time to process that. I know we aren't in love or anything like that, but you deserve the truth, and I'm giving that to you before things get deeper. I'm not saying I expect you to still talk to me. I'm not asking you to. I'm just telling you this is effed up situation I'm in. I mean, and she says, hold up. She says, I mean, what's in it for me to say? I can cuss you out, but sure, what's the point, you know? There's really nothing for me to process. That's your family now. True. And that woman, whether you want to admit it or not, had you hold on, so you're had it or not, had a hold on you, so you're not going back regardless. So it ain't shit to process to talk about. He says, please don't say that. I never said that I'm going to let her force me to be with her. I know exactly what it is because the way she did me is not that of a person who wants me, but wants the idea of me. Two, I mean, what is it for me to say? Hold up. I can cuss you out, sure, but what is the point? You know, there's nothing for me. Okay, I don't know how that got there. Then she says, be fucking for real. I honestly don't know what to say, but all I can think is no fucking way did you didn't know that. Not only am I all right, Malisa, I'm celebrating, y'all. We met the live goal. Thank y'all for supporting the live goal, y'all. Shout out to everyone here. I appreciate y'all and the support. Anyway, she said, be fucking real. I honestly don't know what to say, but all I can think is no fucking way you didn't know that. Not only am I a little hurt and disappointed, but I feel like my time has been wasted again. I'm trying not to go in on you because I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't know, but the other half is going to come out. So I'm going to give it to God. Y'all. Because to hurt me is a whole nother different person. Saying her time has been wasted again, meaning she been oversharing, first of all. You giving out too much information. Y'all want to comment on this one?
He was screwing her the whole time. He finally came clean only because she probably said that she's not going to get a smortion, and so he had to come clean. That's the only reason.
Girl, the way I was in this situation whenever I was younger, oh my God. Kind of. I was dating this guy for a couple of years, like we were in a relationship and broke up. And he managed to get somebody pregnant within the 2 weeks that we were broken up. We got back together and maybe 2 months later. Well, I guess it was similar. 2 months later, she's like, oop, I'm pregnant. Now, the game, remember that show, The Game came out and the exact same situation happened. I don't know. I felt like I was so triggered at the time, but my dumb ass, I think I was 19 or something like that. I'm sitting here thinking, I don't want to have kids. I really don't care. That's between y'all. It was the most drama that I've ever had. Don't do it, ladies. Don't do it. Just go. So I ended up breaking up with him. I broke up with him at that time, was dumb enough to take him back because we've been together for 4 or 5 years, and it was one of them sunken costs. I might as well be back with him. But I ended up breaking up with him months after that because it was, yes, Melanie. It was the whole now she's pregnant. She want to throw the baby in his face and my face and everybody's face. And I'm still in the background I don't care. That's not, now you finna just be stuck on Chuck, both of y'all, And I just ended up breaking up with him. I wasn't doing like Melanie dumb butt, trying to rush him to the altar before she old girl had the baby. I was like, nah, I'm not doing any of that stuff. I mean, the story is I will get into it because it was like it had a sadder ending. But if you ever get in a situation like that, don't proceed further. If it happens, cut your losses early and be like, go on ahead and make it work with her, or try to figure out how to successfully co-parent. I'm gonna be over here with the next man.
And he only told her because he hoped that she was going to say, oh, I understand. We can still be together. He was still trying to screw on both. He was screwing them both the whole time. Y'all get on my nerves.
Yeah, he was hoping she would be like stepmom from birth, from delivery.
Hey, my Lisa.
Hey y'all. Girl, why is giving fuck that baby? I'm trying to fuck you. It's giving like I ain't worried about that. I'll see that baby when she take me to court for child support. What's good with us? That's what it's giving.
It's giving Denzel Washington with Viola Davis. I'm
Why
just
you
be out
think?
here on this porch.
Why y'all think he telling her?
Cause he got to show up at that baby shower.
He just found out that she wasn't going to have a smorgasbord. 3 months is about that time, right? She ain't going to give it up. That's
He gave her the money and she ain't do it, and she said F that, and she went through his phone.
She spent that
He
money
tried to get to.
on some baby supplies. I don't know.
No, I got the best one. I got
He
the
went
best
over
one. He
to
was
the
like,
baby mama house. Oh, go ahead.
my bad. I was about to say she's about to come over and visit. He's like, now I got to explain why my roommate is pregnant.
No, you know how they go by the person's house and they slept a little bit too hard that one time. He fell asleep a little bit too hard that one time, and she was going through that phone, and he don't know if the other girl saw the messages or got the other woman number, so he ain't had no choice but to tell. Some putting that pressure to him because he seemed like he would be fit to lie because he ain't worried about that baby.
Hey, Blue. You want to say something?
Oh, I did. Hey, I like this topic though. These texts are wild. Like, really? Like, I think you guys hit it on the nail though. Straight up. She saw the phone, or somebody saw the phone, and now he got to do damage control real quick. And you got to start off with the guilt trip, and then you got to make yourself look like the good man. You know, I'm just trying to handle my responsibilities. I just hope you support me while I become a better me.
It could be another woman other than them two, and he don't know which one of the chicks that she done text from the phone because he was asleep or in the bathroom or something.
Plot twist.
And he definitely ain't being honest. Or yeah, because it probably would have, the smorgasbord probably didn't happen, but he would have let it go on further throughout the pregnancy. Yeah, he got some pressure coming from somewhere. Yep.
And it could be like a small town, because like I live in a small town where she was gonna find out, old girl was gonna find out, so he might as well be the first one, because that's exactly what my ex was telling me. I'm gonna tell you before somebody else tell you. Like I was like, he thought he was really doing something by being the one to tell me before someone else told me.
I don't know why he said anything. I'm gonna be honest, I can't figure that mess out. But I know one thing. I'm with Ashlyn. Y'all need to look at these single dads as recreational use only, and they should not be on a third, fourth, or fifth baby mama. Like y'all gotta stop it. There's no way these dudes should be on a third, fourth, and fifth baby mama. Y'all, come on, let's get it together.
Don't forget they be lying. They be having children they never told you about, even though you asked. They be lying.
Facts.
Oh, if you told them the truth, they would never get none.
Yeah, so I only did, this is not a text conversation, first of all. Like, you don't text nobody no information like that. This is a face-to-face conversation, a phone call at the least. And yeah, he probably did send that same text to 4 other people. But that's not just it either. Notice how he called his ex the addict. So that's another red flag, because like, why are you talking about your ex to the point that you got a nickname? You
Like he got so many, he have to
Sarah.
differentiate between the two.
Sarah, what snacks are you unwrapping?
That's not me. That's Blue.
Oh,
My bad.
all
My
up in the
bad.
microphone.
You wanna know how old I am? I was like, I wonder if she got fish or something. You know how they had the stuff in the newspaper and the butcher paper and stuff, and you would get fresh fish or whatever. That's how you know I'm old.
No, they still do that.
They do. I haven't done it in a long time because I get tired of all the fear mongering. So I just stick with the poisonous food that tastes good. I just do big backology. Like I just let the pressure get to me when I get in the grocery store. I be like, which one you gonna want the best? So I usually go for the chicken wings, the cinnamon bits, which I see me typing in here is legit.
The cinnamon bears.
Yes.
Jay,
You
why
like
you
big
ain't
red
saying
gum?
nothing?
Do you
I'm
like
sorry,
big
my
red
Lisa.
gum? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
If you like big red gum or hot tamales or like the fireballs or whatever, it's like that flavor, but in a oversized gummy bear. It's like the size of like a nickel or a little bit bigger. And they nice and cinnamony. They sell them at Target, some of the grocery stores, and a few of the Walmarts have like a good candy selection. It just depends on what state you live in. They are delicious.
Anybody want to comment on this one before I slide on to the next one?
I want to hear
Think
what
you
Jay
gonna
got to
invite her to
say.
the baby shower?
I want to hear what Jay got to say.
Jay, what you got to say?
Him referring to her as the addict. You know, you got to paint one of them as crazy or the bad person, so you can put them together later on down the line. So you be like, oh, that's just my crazy baby mama. You know, she just be tripping. So when the girl be calling, when he's sitting there next to her, you can be like, oh, she just crazy. She just tripping today. So that way, he always got an out
There's
and
definitely
a
some
lot.
triangulation going on. That's why I said that's a red flag. When you talk to somebody, if y'all want to talk about your past relationships, yeah, but like, these men who just flat out just start talking about their ex, one, they not over the ex because like, why are you talking about somebody who not here? That's crazy. But yeah, it's definitely triangulation because like you gotta already know what's going on with this person because I know you gonna see him in the future, and when you see him, I need you to believe my lie before you get to know this person.
When I
Want to
was
hear
I
my?
think it's
dating,
worse than that. Oh, my bad.
oh, when I was dating, I would ask. First of all, it was a red flag if they talked badly about exes and the mother of their children. That's just a no-no. And then if they talked about past relationships, and I would say, well, looking back, what responsibility or what what can you take from it that might have been your fault? If they say nothing and they go right back to complaining, I'm done. I'm through. You don't have any insight on anything. You no, done. Nope.
I ain't do nothing. I was the perfect man. I brought all home the money I cooked and cleaned, helped take care of the kids. Know how they get up here, lie on these damn
Sound just
panels.
like these men on the panels. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all, let's pull up the next one. Yes, there we go.
Plug. Follow me up on my backup. It's the one that hold on. Analyze Ash. I'm finna
Analyze
follow.
Ash. Y'all follow
Yeah.
Analyze Ash. I
I'm gonna
just
try to
followed
do
it up.
just my data
And,
analytics and my research analysis on that page.
okay, I'm a follow. And Tara, you need a third page. You need to start on that right
You
now.
need to back up
Thank
to the
you.
backup. I know.
Yes.
I definitely need to back up to the backup. All right, y'all. Next slide. All right, I found this one on Reddit. So before we do the text, they had a caption. So I recently left my verbally and emotionally abusive ex-boyfriend. Whenever he wants to see outside, he gives a few minutes notice. It was very rare that he makes a plan in advance. It's been very frustrating. I've asked him to not just show up in my house, and that upset him. I prefer texting him so that our conversations are documented. He constantly accuses me of being childish because I don't like talking on the phone with him. I had a ton of messages from him acting this way, but he thinks I'm the one who's being unreasonable. So when he texted, he said, "Can I see my son, please?" And she said, "Yeah, I'm not going to keep him from you, but you need to let me know sooner than 10 minutes in advance if you want to see him." He says, You are, though. Every day is problems with you. I'll be home tonight. Would like to see him. Don't text me your arguments. Um, just answer your phone around 7. She says, I never had problems. We have been sick lately. I don't know why that's difficult for you to understand. Don't text me your rude comments. It wouldn't be a problem if you tell me in advance if you want to see him. I can't help if we are in the middle of something and you want to see him. I'm not going to sit around and wait. You need to tell me sooner. Then there wouldn't be problems. This is an obvious solution. Kind of jumps around, but he said something holds water is blatant lies documented by our texts and calls alone. You're being foolish, and to even say I'm being rude, the texts are right above it. Blank, and this is shit you do every time. I blinked it out. I can't remember why. Just like a child, you want to text a text battle. That's why I won't text you. This is it. Understand? Do you get it? I'm done texting you. Answer your phone like a big girl, okay? Stop harassing me. With my son is leveraged because that's exactly, and then it cut off. Y'all, what is this? Oh, that's exactly what you do. I don't have it on my screen over here. What do y'all
Oh my God.
She needs to immediately go to the court and file a custody agreement. So he can't try this bullshit no more. It's on paper. It's on an order signed by a judge. And if he chooses to violate this, you can get like sheriffs and shit involved. I wouldn't be fucking with him no more like this on my own.
I personally think it's a red flag already if you know you have to document every conversation because they can't just be trusted to conduct themselves in a grown-up fashion just over the phone or face-to-face. Like, she already knew I have to do text message or else he's gonna play games.
This seems very familiar to me, y'all. I dealt with this with my daughter when she was younger, about around the time she was like 6 years old. Like, I'm not even being funny. I had to get my daughter a cell phone because there was a point where I could not stand talking to my baby daddy or his family. And I could definitely attest to shit like this is real life. This is why I'm spending $2,500 a year doing cheer practice because my daughter used to get dressed up to go see her dad on the weekends and he would never come. So eventually I had to put her into something. So just in case he didn't show up, we had somewhere to go on the weekend, which led to, of course, my daughter is now a all-star cheer national title holder, of course. There's always a silver lining to things, but man, I'm gonna say this one is hurtful. It's very familiar, and it's sad because only the kid suffers in the end. You know what I mean? Like, it's the kid that gets hurt. Um, a lot of the times, the guys like to quote unquote come see their child, and it'd be like in the middle of the night or 4 a.m. in the morning, where they feel like they want to be a dad, stay for like 2 hours, then come back, and then you don't see them again for like 6 months. So whenever these guys talk about she don't let me see my son, she don't let me see my son, yeah, because he wants to come in the middle of the night at 3 o'clock, when the kid
Over there
has
for
school the
booty
next day.
too. That's why he coming at that time. He coming for booty too.
Oh, that's a good point. I never realized that because he never got none after that.
They come to make sure ain't nobody else there. That's a man that's trying to control her schedule.
That
Trying to
too. That
make
too.
sure she ain't spending time with nobody else. That's like calling out to be lying to me. I just want to see my son. It's 12 FaceTime. It's 8 o'clock at night. But everybody know the baby bedtime 7:30. What you calling for?
Being overly emotional is the extra part too. And sometimes what they do is they send these texts, especially the way he said she was harassing him and using the son as leverage. These guys do that sometimes because they know they gotta go to court and they want to have a text to prove that you did something wrong. So yeah. Listen, this need to be a phone call. Don't text me. Don't text me at all. Like she said, she was trying to leave him alone. This is a straight block. If he abusive, he don't need to see his son anyway. That's how I feel about it.
You know, they do things like that because, like I said, if they ain't hunching on you, they don't want to be fathers. And to me, that's some nasty business. and they out here playing like Father of the Year, taking pictures off your Facebook page because this is back in the day, talking about me and my thon, me and my thon, thon. This is Robert Jr. And I'm like, no. And I have one of my cousins. She had a set of twins, and literally she told me if I don't put out, my baby daddy will not like take care of my kids. And I'm like, that is disgusting. And then she had identical twins too, so they look pretty much almost exactly like their dad. But he's not going to be a father to kids that look just like him because she not busting it wide open. What?
Yeah, a lot of times that's what it is. They don't care about them kids. Sir, you called in the middle of the night. You called last minute talking about see your son. But you just want to hang around the house with the son? You ain't got nothing planned. Ain't nothing coming up. Ain't no family coming over. Nothing. You just like, oh, all of a sudden you want to see the son. And this is also how we be talking about like men want to have children by you or with you so that they have, I hate that word access, but that's essentially in their minds like, oh, I have access to you now, right? I get to see my son whenever. I used to work with this woman though who said like she was talking about how she was having sex with her baby father, and she was like, I don't care about that bitch and all this stuff. He always gonna be my baby dad. And I'm just like, you sound like a whole fool. You sound like a whole fool. That's crazy. But yeah. The
To
fact
tie
that
back into the child support though, if you put them on child support, it ends this entire text message thing. And if they
That's
have
what I'm
visitation,
saying.
that's
She
why they
needed to
don't
get
want
a
it.
court order for custody. I mean, and visitation,
But he don't
and
want
be
that.
done.
He wants this text message. He wants that argument to be a thing. So he and most like a lot of these losers, they don't want scheduled consistent visitation. They want to be able to pick up and drop off them kids and pat them on their back or pat them on top of their head. They're done. Nice to see you, and then be out the door. So they don't even want every other weekend because they just want to whore out in these streets whenever they feel like it. So
But see,
even
the thing is,
visitation, they don't want that.
if you have a visitation order, if he shows up unannounced at 2 a.m. or whatever, he has no reason to be there. So there's an order. You're supposed to pick her up on Thursday at 3 from school or whatever it is. You know what I mean? That ends all of that. Now, whether he comes on a regular basis or not, he's not going to, but it gets you some of your sanity back, you know?
yeah, because besides just the order, like why are you calling me? Because like they be want to have a whole conversation with you for what? Who we got to talk about? Nothing.
But the men
It's an
want this.
ego stroke
Yeah.
because they trying to see, can I still get her emotional about me? You know, if a female, if a woman, excuse my language, if a woman is at all, I don't know, gets irrational about them, gets emotional about them, just goes out of her character at any point about them or something they think pertains to them, they think they still have power and hold. She still loved me. Look at how she acted. If she wasn't acting like that, she wouldn't, all that stuff. So they do this kind of stuff to see if they can get you out of character because then it confirms to them that they're still relevant.
Yeah, they so codependent. It's crazy.
And also, if they have homosexual tendencies, they use the mother of their children as potentially someplace to stay. If they're on hard times or whatever, you rekindle, whatever, you got someplace to stay, right? You can move right in. They trifling.
And to piggyback off of what Blue said, I have a friend who was like dealing with like I think visitation issues with her child's father, and he would just text her some like real wild stuff, and she would ask me, how do you not give a F about what these dudes say? And like my solution is I really don't give a F about men's opinions, so what they say don't really bother me. So I said, you're just gonna have to act like it. So if you really actually do care about his opinion, just act like, play like act like you're me. So if he's texting you, just ignore him, or and you're in his, because she, like, me and her went to go do like that deprivation, that float therapy session where you're floating on like that in the water.
Sensory deprivation. Yeah.
Yeah, it was so nice. But he texted her the entire time talking about, because she just said, I have an appointment on like a Sunday, come get our son. And he's texting her talking about, there's no doctor's office open on Sundays. You out here slurred in the streets with Ashlyn and this, that, and the third. And she's upset. I'm in the background, like, I mean, if you out here making that money, I mean, just say that. Like, let's go out here get the, I'm just talking mess in the background. So she's like, I don't know how you could just be kikiing it up. I'm like, first of all, he's a loser. I don't know why you had a kid with him anyway. I don't care. I don't know why you be so pressed about what this man says. And that's how we started the conversation. But I said, you're just gonna have to act like it until he thinks that you don't care about like what he says, and then he's gonna stop doing it. And then she finally started doing that, and then that's actually when he stopped making those little remarks about it. Like she finally just started saying things back. Like he really was telling her she's prostitutioning out in these streets. And she would just start saying things like, okay, but I'm out here getting this money. It's like, are you mad about it or not? Like, which is things that I would say. And then he finally would just stop, making those comments. And then all of a sudden it was just strictly about their child.
Yeah, you got boundaries with these dudes. First, they don't want you to have your own peace. Like, yeah, but if you give them an inch, they're going to take them out. All right, y'all. Next slide. I'm telling you, you're going to get these goddamn slides today. All right, they escalate a little bit as we go, just so y'all know. So she says, like, that's all I'm asking. I just want to get back to work. If you can accommodate or something for me, or we can work something out. But I've already been out of work for too long. He says, and I have to make money for myself as well, Kayla. I didn't understand what you're not getting. She says, okay, Justin. And he says, literally, we'll have nothing and be nowhere in life. If I don't do in life is make shit easier for people. Nobody does anything for me. How am I supposed to feed myself or clothe myself if you have me playing nanny? Wow. When he should be in school, dude. Should have been in school and after school. She says something late in schools and it's on here in Long Island. Don't start kids in public school until 4. So because of his age, he missed the deadline. Okay, Justin, don't even worry about it. I'll figure it out. He says, she said, don't worry about it. He's still carrying on. I have nothing different from 3 years ago after messing with you. Everything the same. I'm trying to get in new places too. I can help you, but for you to just try and set things up is insane, bro. So she says, I literally can we work something out, or you can accommodate something so I can work. Like I have him 24/7 literally, but okay. He says, dude, I have 1,001 or 10,001 things going on. You having him all the way out there is one of them, but I cannot do this converse right now. I can help you, but we have to speak on this again later. I can't right now. So essentially what's happening, she's trying to get him to help her with childcare so she can work. And he like, I got all this stuff going on. How dare you ask me to watch my child? What y'all think about this one?
First off, the nanny comment is wow. Like, I didn't know that you're a nanny to your own seed, your own legacy. I didn't know, bro.
I need everyone to start saying legacy like that. Pass it on.
I don't understand. I just don't understand. Like, why is it like for women, it's an automatic, there's somebody outside of myself? And I mean, even before we have kids, when we have younger siblings, when we have cousins, when they make us babysit, when we want to go hang out with our friends at a sleepover, it's always been somebody outside of ourselves that needs us more than we need ourselves. So how is it that it's been okay for so long? Even when they multiply themselves, they can't even care about a connection of themselves. This is a little you. And you can't even care about a little piece of you? That's essentially a piece of F yourself in real life. Like, I'll never understand that. I don't.
Hold up real quick. Coco Cream said he ain't got shit going on. And he don't. He should have kept that phallus in his jeans. And what Sandra said, do not disturb homosexual Tavias is crazy. This whole thing is wild. Anybody else want to comment on this one?
You know, it's so funny because they use, so it's two things. Once I say this, y'all never going to forget I said it. But the only thing I dislike about the whole pregnancy thing is somebody knows around the time, at least one of the last times you got some pain. I always hated that. But the other thing is that they utilize the kid to rope in other women. Because they'll have the kid with them for whatever menial small amount of time that they have the kid to make it look like they're doing something or whatever. So that woman could put her emotional labor and financial contributions towards the whole thing, thinking this is a good person, and then he just dumped that baby off like it's nothing.
I wanted to comment because again, this is something I have gone through, very familiar. I hope I don't get triggered on this. I'm gonna stay as long as I can. I'm just trying to feel a little cough in my throat, a little tear in my eye, but man, and to see this and come from so far from this, now that I am where I am with my daughter, I remember those days. I'm gonna say this: I ended up, again, silver lining with things is crazy. I ended up opening a childcare business when my daughter was younger. Well, I was still a nurse, but when my daughter was younger, so I could be a stay-at-home mom, because I was a single parent. So, and it was because of, I mean, I had a supportive family, but still, the father had to do what he needs to do. But he wasn't pulling his weight, so that's it led me to open up my own business. So things like that, I mean, they can lead to good things. I had a good, successful business, and I took care of a lot of children in my community with doing that who were in my same situation, their mothers. I do want to say it is a control tactic. Parenting is it's supposed to be at least a two-person job, and she's in a vulnerable state because when that boy or that child would have started school, I would have loved to see the text messages then. Because then, now the text would have been, let me see my son. When am I have time to see my son? But because she needs his help right now, he's too busy. But when that child starts school next year, trust me, the text messages, the narrative will definitely change.
And you know what else is crazy? People talking about flying a young lady out. They talk about how they gonna hook up with, if it was an Instagram model, they would be borrowing and stealing to get the bread. You know, wherever they are, it might take some public transportation, maybe, right? But if he was getting some buns, if he was clapping some cheeks, he wouldn't be talking about the distance. But because he needs to go do something that he's still having people do for him, which is to care for him, most likely 9 times out of 10, he living with somebody else anyway. Then they start talking about the distance. Then all of a sudden it's the truth. But when it was some coochie, it's no distance too far for them to travel.
You know, I already didn't want to have kids, but dealing with my friends deadbeats in their life solidified it for me. So I already got enough stories. I'm the one dealing with it. So my friend, she had broke up with her child's father, and she only thing she wanted was for him to pay half the daycare bill. He was a truck driver, and so he's never really in town. And she worked, I don't know, some 9 to 5 job. So he was like, "No, I don't want to pay half the bill. Our son could just stay at my mom's house." And she was like, "Your mom doesn't even like me. Every time like I go over there, she cuss me out. She's called the cops on me a couple of times. She's mad that we broke up because they were staying in an apartment together. So they broke up, and he moved back into with his mama, basically, because he didn't have his own place because he's a truck driver. So like, why would I do that? And I gotta drop him off over at your mom's house. That don't make sense. So just because he said no, she put him on child support. Now, child support, because he's a truck driver, ended up being 3 times the amount. three, 3 times the amount that daycare bill would have ended up being on top of the daycare bill. So, yeah.
You know what else
Won't it
interesting?
do it? Won't it
Wanna
do
do
it? Amen.
And they made it separate because, the daycare bill is going to go up. Like, it's not going to be the same amount. So it was like whatever her portion was, because 3 times the amount, I forgot how much it was, but then the daycare bill was separate.
Love
Good.
that.
He need to pay.
He should have been agreeable up front. See there? Whatever. Mm-hmm.
Right. But,
Ain't nothing like getting paid and still ain't got to deal with that motherfucker and it's so interesting how these patterns keep repeating themselves. It's like these are not isolated incidents that where people can't recognize. Like we haven't heard similar stories. This happens way too often. But the interesting part, especially when it comes going back to what you were saying about child support, they don't like when the like women who aren't married and get instant custody of the children, but at the same time they want to treat parenting as she's the sole parent. They like the instant custody when it benefits them, but not when they gotta pay up.
Oh yeah, because he
And
was pissed. He tried to go back to the courts. Like, I ain't paying nothing. Like, I'm gonna quit. He tried to quit his job. Like, yeah, he was mad. But then his mom was like, "You gonna get out of this house if you quit your job." Like, yeah, it was crazy.
for me, I know Ashlyn said that she's like, this is confirmation that she's making the right decision about not having kids. I same thing for me. I'm like, ooh, thank goodness I made this decision. I'm so happy. That's what these do for me. And I just came across a video today about a woman whose father, the father of her children, sounded just like these lovely gentlemen in these texts. And she said that she couldn't stand having to talk to him, and that, because we don't have house phones anymore, that he had to call her phone and they had to go through it every time that he wanted to talk to the babies. So remember that thing called Magic Jack that you plug into an outlet and all you got to do is
Yep.
have Wi-Fi? That shit still exists. She said she got Magic Jack while her babies were little. And she said this is the first year she's probably going to cut it off. I think she said it costs $45 a month. And she's going to cut it off because she feels like her youngest is finally ready to have her own cell phone. Anybody within the sound of my voice with children, get you a Magic Jack and give him that phone number, and that's it. And be
No,
done.
you can do a Google Voice number. You ain't gotta give me your phone number.
I was just gonna say, I told y'all at 6 I got my daughter a cell phone because I could not stand talking to my baby daddy or his family. At 6 I got my daughter a cell phone.
But I'm just saying the Google Voice number still has to come through your phone, and you got to answer it.
Google Meet. Google Meet is on any device that you have Wi-Fi. You get the old phone
Don't
that you used
nobody
to
want
have
to
that
see
ain't
that
on no more.
motherfucker. That got
No, you
video.
don't have to.
No,
You don't
I'm
have
just
to.
saying.
It has an option, but you don't got to turn it on.
I'm just saying for immediate calls, maybe to even schedule the Google Meet or whatever, he still might be calling your phone, and that's just insufferable. I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there as an option. That's all.
No, I know what you mean. I'm saying because I did it.
Hold up. Y'all can give him make up an email account just for him and give him the email. Only check that shit when you can stomach it. If he said something important, you missed it. Who the fuck is? He ain't talking about nothing anyway. Give his ass a random email.
I was gonna say they have cell phones for kids that like have I think up to 4 or maybe 6 numbers that you can put in there.
Yeah, I had
Internet
that actually
access.
because my daughter's 15, so when she was 6, that was like 9 years ago. They didn't have all these like apps and things like that
Ah,
to do that. But that's what I ended up having to do, get my daughter her own
okay.
cell phone.
They have it for kids. They have
Just
for
an
like
option. Magic
for
Jack
older
still
people.
exists if anybody
WhatsApp
need
is
it.
still there. WhatsApp is very available. All they need to do is call when a child is supposed to be available, which is when they are out of school and it's before bedtime. WhatsApp. You could use Google Meet. You could use Zoom. You could use whatever thing that's going to connect the thing to Wi-Fi, and only the child will answer on their device. Because
And
most of
count
us
how
don't
many
have a child
times the
that doesn't
phone
have a
gonna ring,
device.
y'all.
I'm
Count how many
also
That better
times
be a
that
nice
phone will
low.
ring.
I think it was also an issue of the child was young and maybe didn't always have access to devices. So, but the house phone was always available. You see what I'm saying? I'm just putting it out there as an option. That's all.
Hold up, my Lisa. When you said Google Meet earlier, I didn't realize you were talking about the kid doing the Google Meet. I get that. I thought you were saying like he can. Okay, I get it
No,
now.
no,
No, them kids can
no.
do Google Meet. Look, I done seen 2-year-olds get on YouTube and be watching Baby Shark on YouTube and figure out how to get to that. So they
Forget
can
that.
Yeah, and they don't even know how to just
C19.
figure it out. Yep.
No,
Hmm.
C19 taught almost every child between the ages. I think if they were between, I would say 6 And up around the time of C-19, oh, they mastered it because we were all at home. We were all at home. I remember, what was it, March 20th, 2019? Baby, they was like, school finna be closed. I was like, I ain't finna go to work. They called me like, how you logged in, but you're not there? I said, well, we can't bring no kids to this building. Am I not correct? And I've been home since then.
Honestly,
I used to be in the office.
they can video call them and voice call them on Discord.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Discord is a little bit different. I like the other stuff because it keeps a really good record, and they can leave messages, and I like that. I like that part of it, like the Google Meet and all that stuff. And I know y'all was saying that the text messages and stuff like that, are not the best. Like y'all was saying that, but what I can tell you is that in the court of law, when you print them bad boys out, they stand up. So
That's true.
I'm a fan of not having conversations because they know they will keep you on that phone until you've now said something that's incriminating. That won't happen in a text message. Well, it's
I
less
just can't
likely. Let me say
imagine
it that
having
way.
regular text messages like this with somebody. I just can't. I cannot. Just,
You can
and I
ask your
know
phone
it's admissible in
carrier.
court, but damn, I think this would drive me nuts.
You can ask your phone
Mm-mm.
carrier if they have like phones for kids, because I've seen them where they don't have access to the internet, and I think you can add up to like maybe 4 or 6 numbers, and they can only call those numbers and receive calls from those numbers. And it's for kids and also for like elderly too, like for people who have dementia and things like that.
Is it the phone with the big buttons
Yep.
No, you
where
can
you have?
execute that with a phone line too. You could just tell
Oh
them
yeah.
it's a kid's line. They can restrict it.
Oh, okay. Mm.
All of a sudden, I know this is super off topic. I could just hear the jingle for Jitterbug because you said that big button phone.
It's
Sorry,
like a
y'all.
jitterbug, but I think like every time someone said jitterbug, they think old people phone. So they made that, but like for kids. And I don't know if it's from the same people, but they like rebranded it and was like young people phone. So yeah. Because these men are making it like almost hard. They're making it insufferable to be like fathers. And I think they do it on purpose so that they don't have to be fathers, which is weird because then they go out into the world and be like, she makes it hard for me to be a father, for me to see my son. And I'm like, no, like look at these text
If you don't
messages.
stop with that, girl.
Oh, when Supervillain said that shit was funny. Jay, you
We
quiet.
can't talk about it because y'all know somebody
I'm
gonna
trying to take
roll
care of my
through.
legacy.
Yeah. Y'all better stop.
Hold
But
up,
every
Jay,
single
hold up, y'all, because Jay real quiet. Jay, you don't have nothing to say about this one?
Nah. It's
He better not say nothing. He on a recorded line. You don't want this to be held against you in a court of law.
nah, it's just more another example of the selfishness of men and the expectation of what they've been allowed to get away with. Since shit, the beginning of time where the mom is expected to make all the sacrifices and do all the work. And if you can't work, if you can't find nobody to babysit, well, you just can't work. And the man is just, well, I got shit to do. I got this to do. So I can't get my kids. It's just shit that they've been able to get away with for
And
ages.
this the
Jay.
interesting thing.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I was gonna ask Jay, you the person reading the text message over your homeboy's shoulder that he's showing you, or you the dude who sent the text message? I'm just curious.
I'm definitely looking over the shoulder. I'm definitely looking over the shoulder.
Okay.
So I just want to say this real quick before I forget. I was saying this the other day. These text messages, like literally, it's not even that many. It's so many text messages like this. Anybody who been in the mommy groups on Facebook, you see these text messages all the goddamn time, like multiple texts every damn day. That's how you be knowing these men lying, because they're like, hold up, something ain't adding up. Because who's all these men? And these are not 20% of the men. Don't even start with that shit. All these men who be like, can you bring the kid over? And they like, oh, okay. Oh no, oh, hold up. It was one woman, she wanted to go on a date. And he didn't respond to the text for 2 days. 2 days he ain't say nothing. Cause he hating. So don't make sure you're not telling him what you gotta do. But damn, like yeah, take these motherfuckers to court. Let me go to the next one because it's similar to this one. We
One
got
thing is,
two
I agree. I don't think that he has anything going on in his life, because if he did, he would have specified, like, I got a lot of things going on. Specifically, I work 9 to 5. I work third shift. Maybe I can try to go like switch tonight so that I can have, my done at this time. Something like that. You present the problem like, this is the reason why I can't do this, and maybe let me try to figure out a solution. But he ain't got nothing going on. That's why he's saying I got some things going on, all broadly, all vaguely, because he ain't got nothing going on. He just don't want to. He's just said F that child.
No, but
First of
also
all,
notice how she was like, "Oh, don't worry about it." He like, "No, but I got all this stuff." Like, sir, the conversation is over. Why are you still complaining? Like, he just wanted to keep going on and on about all the things he was going through. Like that shit is shameful.
He was just making excuses at that point.
Somebody at the
playing
door.
2K is a full-time job. You gotta play 2K
Hey,
all day.
Sarah.
Yeah.
Hey,
2K,
Doctor.
2K full-time job.
Hey, loves, y'all know I ain't want nothing. You know what I came up here to say, right? Because you know I'm ignorant. I
Go
actually just came up here to say I'm gonna throw my dick on the table. I said, "Oh God!" So that's what I'm doing for the rest of the night. I'm talking to everybody like this, and I'm gonna tell somebody I'm gonna throw my dick on the table. So
That's how they
that's
be
all I
acting
wanted.
too.
Yes. And when you troll, please tell me I'm coming with you when you troll that 7 figures shit. Please let me know when you go do that and you don't answer their questions, because that is my, I hate it. Y'all will ask people a direct question and they would be like, well, I wanted to tell you, no, answer the question. Like nobody answers questions, particularly men. So I just be
Cause
listening because
they like to X and all out business so they can use it against us. So like, yeah, I
And then
think
and then they ask questions. Like I'll be sending you that in the Discord. I be like, yo, don't answer no questions. When you come up on the panel and there's a topic and you want to start asking everybody else on the panel questions, no sir. No, sir, absolutely not. It is a whole way to misdirect everything. But yeah. So I had to come up here and say that. I just want to say that to one person. But oh, that's what I was gonna say too. On the gaslighting thing, when somebody want to talk to you, like in in person or over the phone, that's the energy vampire stuff. They want your energy. Like it's not the same for them. They can't feed off of it. They can't eat off the text messages the same kind of way. You starving them out. So I love email. I like email a little bit more than text, but yeah, starve them out. Starve them out. They'll dry up and die. Oh, can't say that. They'll dry up and unalive. So yeah, that's what I tell people to do. Please starve them out.
hey, can y'all
Crazy. We gotta
power
strategize
tap
fighting.
y'all my power tap the screen for the good 30 seconds. I appreciate y'all. Let's get the 35K. What'd you say, my Lisa? Good
I
night,
said it's
Coco.
crazy how you gotta strategize techniques, and then you hear the other side of the argument, and you be like, "Where y'all be at when the other conversations be happening?" Cause y'all be sticks and torches and batons and rah rah. Somebody talking about child support. Where y'all all at tonight? Where's all the weekend warriors and the child support
The Weekend
cowboys and
Warriors is crazy.
the all the quarter law cowboys. Like where y'all at? Where are y'all
I think
all at?
Public's still alive. They like going over there. They over there talking to each other, I guess. I don't know.
No, public's done, but I think they having their decompression, whatever, in the Discord. But I don't think the men really be going over there
Well, we
because
had
a
two
lot
of
of them
them.
them ops can't get in the Discord.
To be
So,
fair, we had two and I dropped them. So
oh, okay, yeah.
I noticed I be one ops, but I also realized because that happened to me the other day. I had like 4 ops on the panel, And within 5 minutes, they all was gone. And I'm like, damn, I really ain't got patience for ops. Like, I be wanting the ops, but then when they up here, I be like, man, I ain't hearing this bullshit.
Yeah, I realized I'm gonna have to frequent these TikTok streets a little bit more often because I was actually I was at work, but I had a little downtime, so I was on I think I was on C35 Rich his live, and I swear people would be lying for no reason. But he picked the right country to lie about. They was talking about he had the topic about
The Abu Dhabi thing.
yeah,
I
you
heard
know,
you.
baby. I was like, I'm glad you picked that country because
Good night,
baby,
Jay.
how you picked the one country I actually lived in. The topic was what he say 6% of black people overall, which I think is actually low. I think it's like 8 to 10, but 6% of black people make over six figures. And he was saying how the women in Abu Dhabi work and they pay bills. So I hopped on the panel like, oh, what a coincidence, because I lived in Abu Dhabi. And while those women do work, they don't pay no bills. They don't pay any bills. They work full-time jobs. As a matter of fact, they're actually educated. Their men put them through school. The government believes in educating the women. So, and they also put them in high positions. Being a nurse is beneath them. They all get business management jobs and they're all in management. So they all have full-time jobs. If they want to buy clothes, they'll purchase the clothes with their money, but most of the time their money goes in savings accounts. So he was like, well, they might not pay bills, but they're submissive and I'm just over here snorting laughing. I'm like, no, they're not. They're definitely cussing their husbands out. They can divorce their husbands and everything. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I think he might have been military or something like that, where he thought he was around them. I'm like, no, I work with these people. Whoever I was talking to on the panel, because I was like, you're not finna get on this panel, and these are a panel full of black people, so they probably was just listening to you. Because a lot of people ain't probably been over there, but baby, I lived over there and worked over there. I worked at Cleveland Clinic, Abu Dhabi. You can look it up because there's actually a Cleveland Clinic over there. So I worked over there for about a year. He was like, well, they cook and clean. If they want to cook, they can, but they also don't do that. I dropped off the panel before I said it, but I said it in the comments. I said they have nannies and cooks and cleaners and stuff. They don't cook and clean either.
Hey, birthday girl. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Is it really their birthday?
Huh?
So he made it seem like the women, they were basically saying, he was basically trying to make the point that, he switched the narrative. First it was those women in the Middle East go 50-50 and they work, but now they don't work. I mean, they do work, but the husbands pay all the bills because they're submissive. I said, but they're not. They have cleaners that literally they ship women in from the Philippines specifically to be cleaners. And you're like, oh, it's because they're submissive. No, they don't. They be cussing their husbands out and they can get divorced. So now what?
But
And tell me I'm
Ashley,
wrong.
tell them what even the whole topic was about, y'all. They talking about how women are selfish because they rather pay 100% of their bills than be with a dude and do 50-50 and help him, quote unquote, y'all won't help us build. Like, hell no, we can help you build. I'd rather pay my own bill with 2 jobs
They
than
kept
help a
coming up
nigga
there
build
talking about,
anything.
most black men make 50,000 and some black women make 47. So you should be going 50. I was trying to get up on it, but my patient came out because I was about to say if black women make less, why would we go 50-50? That doesn't even make sense. We would be paying more. But my patient came out, so I didn't have a chance to. But and by the time I came back up, uh, got it back on TikTok, he had ended his live. I'm like, that doesn't even make sense. Y'all get on here every 2 to 3 business hours and tell us like that dude just got on here and said, well, black men make more last time I checked. Okay, but then you pay more. You make more, you pay more. So then why would you get mad about having to pay more when you just sat up here and said, y'all make more? Okay, pay more. 60-40, 70-30.
He
So you
couldn't
I
paid
want to
50% and
say
then you've
hello.
invested. Oh, hey. Hey, Ruthie.
Hi y'all. I didn't want nothing. I'm being funny.
That man couldn't
No
even make a
worries, no
point.
worries.
I said personally, I'm not going 50-50 with a man because I need reparations from three groups of people: YT people, men, and black men. So if I'm dealing with any of those groups of people, you're going to have to pay more money if I have to be around you. So if you are any combination of those people, so if you're a white man and I'm dealing with you, you're going to have to pay all the bills. I'm sorry. Because you're white and you're a man. But if you're a BM, maybe I'm going to add that two together too, just because personally, that's on the ancestors. So I don't know what to tell you. I'm doing decently. I'm not rich. I'm doing okay for myself. And if you come over here, you're just gonna have to pay a good portion of these bills, all the necessity ones. And if you don't like that, then you can just go where you was at beforehand. I don't see what the problem with that is. If
But
you need
Sarah, the
somebody to
whole
share
point
with you,
was 50-50 because they talking about bills, but they're not going to do 50-50 of the emotional labor, the actual labor in the house. That's why women are saying, no, we'd rather pay our own bills because we don't have to deal with a quote unquote extra man child. I'd rather just get a second job.
yeah,
A lot of times when they talk about these, the way these relationships supposed to be, we don't take the time to actually look at how they ended up that way. So once upon a time, it made sense for a woman to stay home and do housework was different, right? It's like now you can just order some clothes on Amazon, go to the market, Instacart it if you want. Before you had to get your ass up and walk your ass to the store. Sometimes they walked the multiple store, like they had to make clothes, they had to make things. And that was the way it was like contributing to the household. It still was trash, don't get me wrong. And now they be like, oh, you just got to do these things. No, that was a balance, sir. You can't just state you can't we can't both be going to work and you think I'm supposed to come home and do the housework too. That's crazy.
well, I said traditionally black men cook and clean, not black women. So if you're talking about traditionally, that would be y'all job. And do I need to pull up the jobs report that says y'all are cooks and cleaners? So and not black women? That's like literally the new tradition. Black women stopped doing cooking and cleaning like back in the 50s. So we left that job back in the 50s. So that's a you thing now. So
Yeah, because a lot of them at times they wasn't able to get jobs and women had to work. Um, but yeah, they giving alternative facts. Let me get to this next slide, y'all. I want to just make sure I do all these goddamn slides. I ain't gonna lie, I want to get through them. This one's related. Is this the right one? I think so. All right. So she says it's like 1 minute we getting somewhere, then you renege, and we back to square one. So he says send his ass to daycare like everyone else go daycare, and I get them all at once because it's easy for me. I work 24/7. These niggas be lying. I don't have a problem getting my other kids. There's always some extra shit with you. Don't want to send outfits and shit. So he want her to send clothes too. Okay. So she says, okay, and I work, plus I have lupus, so it's a lot on me. And then she must have cussed his ass out. I can't transcribe that. He said, take his ass to daycare. I'm not watching kids during the week. So she cussed his ass out again for 31 seconds. He said, you the nasty baby mother 24/7. Everything 24/7 with the man. I'll come get him as much as I get the other three. What y'all think about this one?
If you work 24/7, why you can't afford his clothes at your house?
Good point. Everybody come in here on backups tonight. TD said they on the backup. Davis binary code. Anybody else want to say something?
I'm getting drowsy. I fell asleep on it. I'm gonna drop down to the comments, Tara.
All right, that's fine. Thanks for coming up.
Thank
Amen.
you.
all I'm gonna say is this is literally the stereotype that other groups of men be judging them for, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
He lost me at I don't have a problem getting my other kids. So, sir, this is a pattern. You just a habitual homebreaker. or a single baby daddy. Again, why y'all be letting these dudes be on their third, fourth, or fifth baby mamas? We gotta stop this, y'all.
Well, a lot of times they be lying, first of all. But yeah, it's like just because you don't get the other kids like that, you think you're supposed to have the same arrangement. This shit is deplorable.
And then like my thing is, y'all, um, why do men get to think that they can be weekend daddies? Like you think you can be a part time daddy? Like I hate that. I hate that. I hate that for mothers with kids, like, cause like I'm telling you, that's the type of shit that'll get me to tweaking if I'm somebody baby mama. I promise you, I'm dropping that kid off at Barbara house. Tell Miss Shirley I'm on the way. Or a matter of fact, don't even tell her, cause I'm just on the way. Cause how do you get to live your little raggedy ass life, but I'm stuck with the kid all the time, and I can't get a fucking break? Like I got lupus and stuff. That's sad. And
Yeah.
you don't have he probably don't even know what lupus is. He probably haven't even researched the fact that his baby mother has lupus, and he don't know the severity of it. He just like lupus. Oh well, what, you got a common cold? He think it lupus is the rhinovirus. Like that don't make no damn sense.
No,
Um,
I got Oh, go ahead. I'm so sorry.
what was I about to say? Goddamn. I about to say, oh, Lynn, they don't get them every weekend though. They get 2 weekends out the month, so it's not even on the weekend. But what's up, TD? How you doing?
I'm good, girl.
Yeah, because they need
Nanny.
2 weekends to themselves. My bad, Diddy, but yeah, they need 2 weekends to themselves. So yeah.
No, they bananaed me on my other live. They banned me from going live on the other one. So I was like, cool, no problem. I'll just make another one.
Anybody else want to say something about this one before I pull up this list?
So
I have to say,
basically, he wanted all
go
his
ahead.
kids at once. He wanted all 4 kids at one time, and he can't be working 24/7 if he get all his kids at once. That's what he's saying. So he wants all 4 kids at once, and then he wants to be kid free for whatever length of time. Pretty much every other weekend. I don't know whenever he got his kids, and then he's mad that the schedule doesn't work out perfectly for. I'm assuming maybe for baby mamas. I don't know.
And he want
Trash either.
everybody to be on the same schedule.
It's
Right.
just it's just about control with them. They don't really care about their kids or their baby mothers or their partners. They just want to control the situation. That's all it is. It's their ego.
I just want to mention something. Lynn, you brought up a great point, and I told y'all, I might have to drop because this is getting too close to home. Um, Back in 2020, I was hospitalized with COVID. I was in the hospital for like a month and a half. I had to do rehab to learn how to walk and just do everything again. And during that month and a half, even though the previous months we were going back and forth about him picking her up and schedule, do you know he never, not one time, picked her up while I was in the hospital? Not one time. And that's when I was completely done with my baby daddy. Like, I was seriously, like, I did not F with him the long way anymore. Because you know how serious it was back then at that time. We didn't know what was going on. And he is basically supposed to be my daughter's other half, parent, that's somebody she's supposed to support on. Thank God my dad was there, her grandfather. But I mean, they will claim that they want these kids, and then the opportunity, because he could have walked into my father's house and picked up his child, and my father couldn't do nothing because he's the dad, and I was incapacitated. I was in the hospital, right? He didn't do it. He didn't even pick her up. He didn't drop off a Capri Sun. And then I'm talking about absolutely nothing. And from then, I stopped being mad. I stopped everything. I said, you know what? And I was done. Literally, that is what flipped the switch for me and my feelings towards him. And I was done with him. It was nonchalant after that because it wasn't even about me at that time. It was just comforting my daughter. And this is why I say they really don't care. Like, I really realize that they don't care, y'all. They are literally just playing mind games. They don't care about these kids. Because if they did, they wouldn't walk away in the first place. Just to be honest. I yield.
And that's what we do. That some of the men that are talking about being single fathers, that bragged about being single fathers, I think they were single fathers by force. Like they literally had no choice.
Yeah, I agree with you, Shenanigans in the comments. Yeah, he got 4 separate families. That's the problem. You having children out here, and like again, like to expect them all to be on the same schedule. I'm pretty sure everybody work different type of jobs, work different type of hours, but he wanted it as convenient for himself. But you got all them goddamn kids. That's because they want to live. They want to have all these kids. If they even get the kids, but they want to have their own life too. Like that's crazy. No, you need to help raise these goddamn kids.
Here's
I'm gonna say
something
I'm
really
just with my sister.
interesting. Girl, hold on. Supervillain ain't lying. She made sure her baby lived a good life. Honey, I saw where they was eating the other day for her daughter's birthday. I said, "Oh, Supervillain got
Oh no, what
money."
y'all was eating?
I don't got money. I got a little side hustle. I'm gonna have to throw some things around. Don't be telling nobody I have no money, y'all. Absolutely none.
But what y'all was eating though?
Nah, she loves a good McDonald's to her is a good seafood boil. My daughter loves crab and lobster. I don't well she's half Bahamian anyway, so that's the Caribbean thing. But she loves her some crab and lobster, honey. That's her favorite thing. We just went to a little seafood boil spot.
Yeah, that's our favorite. Like she eat it all the time. Yeah, supervillain definitely it's
She
giving you
ain't,
that
she ain't telling you the
Napoleon.
whole story, but
Yeah.
I'ma stall my sis out because she told me not to put her business on the internet, even though she posted it. So
Not you.
That's good though, supervillain, because you already know what well, me and you both say the same thing about these BMs. They have been treasonous since prior to um leaving the plantation, prior to touching this the US of A, and they generation upon generation they've been treasonous, so they didn't show this. It's been through the bloodline. So
I don't know
tell
where
me that story. I'm mad. I want to square up with him right now. So it has been 4 years. So
yeah. Shan, if it's two things black women love, it's seafood and getting their hair done.
I want a nice little cause yeah, so I don't know when y'all eat crabs. Y'all ain't eating crabs right, or y'all ain't eating the right kind. We got blue crab over here. I love a good like a couple dozen of blue crab. It's the shit. I eat that all day.
Blue crab, that's the big crab, huh?
No, it's not big.
It's the
You
It's
little
not
got
one.
big.
no, you gotta work
She
for
trying
it,
to
but it's
work with
The
that
big
busting.
blue
one is the king
crab.
crab
Oh, the king
with the
crab is the
fused
big one.
legs.
She trying to
Cause
But
I,
work.
the nerve, the nerve, not the
you talking about
big crab.
that little
it's
bitty
not the
crab?
cheap crab. The snow crab is the cheap crab, ain't it?
I
Is
think the
it?
blue crab is the cheap crab because when I go to restaurants,
You talking
the
about the
snow
little
crab
small?
is it's more expensive. The
That's a
whole
bougie
crab
ass
is
The
the
thing to
blue
blue crab
crab.
is
say.
the best crab, first of
To
all.
call any kind of crab the cheap crab is some very elitist.
Wow. Wow.
I meant expensive, less expensive. Y'all know what we was
Wait, hold
talking
on.
about.
Let me find it. Is the emoji that's on here? Is that the blue crab? Let me see. What's it? Let me see if I can find it. Is that the crab? It's got to be.
One big back conversation I cannot involve myself in because I'm sitting here
Is this?
living my life eating these
Is
seeds,
that
but
the
I
blue
cannot eat
crab?
shellfish.
Is that the blue crab? Wait.
No,
Oh, what kind of crab is that?
Yes, that's the blue
no, that
crab,
is the blue one.
Girl, ain't
but it
nobody
has
trying to eat
blue
that
in it
thing. That's too
sometimes.
much
Sometimes it's
work.
not always blue,
No,
but
What do y'all see that I
it's
don't see?
blue, but it turn red when you cook it.
Girl,
oh,
nobody,
okay,
I
I
want
never
to
seen it
work.
before that. Okay,
Yeah, Shan, I like king crab too because it got all the meat in it. I hate when I gotta fight for the meat, and then once I get to the meat,
Y'all
it be
don't
a
know
little bit
good
of meat.
quality meat. If you listen, blue crab is the best goddamn crab there is. Like y'all,
I mean, how do you even eat the middle? Like, do you eat the middle?
That is
it's
exactly what she said. I just
it's
want you to
squishy,
know
but it's
that.
good. It tastes like butter to me.
Blue crab good as shit. Y'all listen. Let's not get into blue crab, but blue crab is the shit.
What do you do with the middle though? It's like it's a lot of work. That's why I don't like to eat the blue crab because I be.
You sound you
You
sound
crack it in
you
half.
don't I don't know why. I know it's not technically, but I feel like what you just said was anti-black. I ain't gonna lie. Like that's how I feel.
You said it at the back. You know what? Said like being allergic to seafood got to be anti-black too. I ain't even gonna hold
Yeah,
you because
that
you
shit
can't eat
is.
scrimp. How you can't eat scrimp? That's crazy.
Well,
Yeah, that,
my sister's allergic to scrimp, and that's what we basically told her. How like we're gonna revoke your black card because what?
you gotta just bring the Benadryl because like ain't no fucking way. I ain't gonna lie.
My Lisa, what we taking your black card. Go ahead and mail it into the nearest cookout to the cookout
Yeah.
Y'all could
nearest
go
you,
ahead. Y'all could
please.
go ahead and have it. I got my pre-approved, prepaid brown card. It's fine. It's
Okay, and I'm
fine.
taking that too. Cause what? I ain't never.
Like no clams, no oysters, nothing. That's what I couldn't imagine.
Oh,
That's
I love
wild.
it
You know,
all.
black people ain't
Super
got no
villain.
sympathy if you allergic to shellfish. They just tell you to go to the other side of the room. So they go to the other room. We still eat some shrimp. They're like, what?
We sit up there and look at them and say like, "That's good for you, baby."
I suck.
Cracking
I'm
all
gonna
the
just go ahead
crap.
and eat your portion though. Like what?
Yeah, my family, you
No,
can't
because they're
eat
going to tell you
shellfish.
go ahead and act like you getting them, and then give them to me. I be the messed up part going somewhere where like it's supposed to be pushing out. Like you act like you going to get you some, and then just give it to me. Like,
Blue. You got family members.
I got an aunt like that. She allergic and she done missed so many family events. Because when we get blue crab, we get it by the bushel and it's a whole event. Like you don't just get no crab and sit down and eat it. You gotta get the music. Like it is the cookout. Like
that's
that's
insane. They know she allergic and they be like, "Oh, that sucks." So anyway, the crab boy, like what?
Can I tell y'all a
Did
real
y'all
quick
have?
joke though?
Oh, go ahead.
It's real quick. I was in a panel the other day. I don't know why I was in there with some young people, but anyway, we was giving our point of view, and this has to do with the allergy thing. And I had said something, and then one of the younger women young ladies gonna say, "Oh, yeah, yeah, we get it, Grandma." Yo, I was so hurt, and I was like, "Yeah, I know I was born in the
Yeah.
1900s club, right? But don't call me Grandma, because y'all call." I'm like, y'all generation is closer to unalivement shit. If I came up to you with a
let
peanut
me
butter
see.
jelly sandwich and smack you in the face, half your generation would be out of here. Like, who the hell is allergic to
Super
peanut butter?
villain.
But I'm
Right.
just saying, like,
Believe in their
everybody's
face.
allergic to peanut butter now. Like, when we were growing up, we lived on peanut butter jelly sandwiches. Don't try to
But
call me
not smacking
grandma.
people with not assault with a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Exactly.
Damn.
Take the whole generation out with a
All you
peanut butter
gotta do
jelly
is
sandwich.
believe
Don't
in
come
their
at me talking
face
about
though.
grandma.
Why
Wait,
would
All
they
you
hold
call
gotta
you
give
on.
us some
grandma? How
vicious.
much older were you than them? Like, were they in their 20s?
Not a
And
I'm
lot.
34. This is what I'm saying. These kids are out of control. They're out
I
of
wasn't.
control.
I was not like that in my 20s. I never looked at people in their 30s and was like, "Oh my god, you so old." I never did that. I was like, one day I'm gonna be 30. So like, you know,
yeah,
30 is 30.
Absolutely
30 is the
never
new
in their
20.
30s.
I'm
I thought they were
currently
in
in
their
my
20s.
20s. I'll be 23 next month, and I don't think people in their 30s or even their 40s are that old. Now if you're pushing like 70 or 60, then I might have to tease you a little bit, but 40, 30, that's not that old.
I think
I
they have a
also want to
different
point out the fact that these kids is different too because, well, not in my household, but like in some of my family members' household, you go over their house and like the adults eating one thing and the kids eating another thing. And I used to hate it. I used to be like, I want to go home. Where my mama at? Because she don't. If she eats steak, we eat steak. I don't know what y'all got going on over here, but I don't like that shit. But these
My
kids nowadays, all y'all parents be having all the McDonald's seafood money. Like y'all got all the monies. Y'all got the sushi money. Y'all got the
McDonald's. My daughter
that
only
is
knows Chick-fil-A.
crazy,
She does not even know what McDonald's is. All she eats is
girl.
damn Chick-fil-A, which is overrated, by the way. I really
Right,
feel.
my niece, all she eat is Raising Cane's and like sushi.
uh,
She ramen.
I'm
She
sorry.
said, "Do not be talking about her diet."
These kids really growing up on steak and shrimp, and I'm like, I had hot dogs. Like what?
Eh,
I didn't have steak and shrimp until I was grown, and they are like 5 years old eating steak and shrimp, and I'm really jealous.
On a completely another side note, now that I stopped cracking them seeds because I was going in. Lynn, I'm so proud of your new earbuds. They are amazing. You have not gone out, not even one time. I heard every word. I'm so happy. Oh my
Yo, that
God.
needs a round of applause, Sarah, for real, because I noticed that too, my Lisa.
Not too much. Not too much on my old AirPods. Not too much.
So do you,
Why?
I got them in my purse too, so don't make me whip them out.
so I have a
Oh
question
no!
for the panel. Do y'all actually like Raising Cane's? I think it's the most overrated, overhyped chicken place on earth. I call
Yeah.
it white people chicken.
It's that cane sauce. That cane sauce is good. But the
It
chicken is
was.
plain. It needs the
Yeah,
cane
that's what I was
sauce.
gonna say. Yeah, yeah. I thought it. You know how sometimes you could just eat a piece of chicken, even if you eat it sort of a little more whitey-ish, right?
Hmm.
I thought it might have a little salt, just a little, because I'm not a big, it don't got to be heavily seasoned for me to appreciate the taste of something. Baby, when I tasted that thing, I said, this so bland, and it ain't even that, it isn't really that crispy. The sauce is all right, I don't have anything against the sauce, but it ain't really, it
I don't.
isn't giving what I thought it was, because they
Them
just
white
put
tea people.
one where
Y'all,
I am.
them white tea people season the sauce. How you gonna
Yeah.
season the sauce and not the chicken? That's
Right. Like
wild. That is some barbaric activities right there.
I need seasoning on my chicken, my love. I can't.
They don't have it in New York yet, I don't think, because I haven't seen any. So I can't say. But that's how I feel
Coming.
about Chick-fil-A.
It's
It's overrated.
it's coming because they put ours here in South Jersey. I
There's
think I
only
want to say 6 months.
hmm, there's only certain things from
I would be
Chick-fil-A
okay if I've
like.
never had Raising Cane's. I think I've had it like 2 or 3 times, and if I never ever had it for the rest of my life, I'd be okay. I don't really like chicken strips or boneless, so that's why I'm like, I'd be okay if I never had it again.
Actually, not too much on boneless because y'all do not like black people who like boneless wings.
Oh my
Listen,
God! Please don't be one of those. Why y'all
I
be
take
eating
it
the
personal
boneless?
because it be good. Like I get straight to the point.
Ugh.
Like that's some
Boneless
big
wings
back
are just
activity.
chicken nuggets. I mean,
Yeah,
I
they
don't get the
giant
point.
chicken nuggets. I
I
love
don't taste like
them.
chicken
Don't
nuggets.
don't put that on us big backs. Don't do that. We like traditional wings. I want to know that
Thank
was
you,
actual
thank
bird.
you,
No, no, ma'am.
thank
Not
you.
big
Mm-mm.
bags.
No, don't put that on
We
No,
eat
us.
the chicken as is. It's juicy like that. Bone in, baby. Bone
I love
in.
a good boneless wing.
Amen.
So
Amen.
y'all telling me y'all ain't never had Wingstop chicken strips?
Well, I pref-
Wingstop.
I've
Okay,
never
Rick
been to
Ross.
Wingstop
No, we
before.
won't.
I've never been.
They chicken is not good to me, but they chicken strips, baby. Let me tell you something. They extra fry it or something. Them chicken strips crispy, man,
Look, if the chicken wasn't good, do you
amazing.
think I made it to the chicken strips?
Exactly. That's the bread. It's
Ruthie,
like
Ruthie,
75% bread, Lynn.
I'll tear up some
Ruthie,
chicken strips
I
with
didn't
some
make it to the
sauce
chicken
and some
strips because the chicken
dipping.
done good.
Ruthie. I'm a test your LA card. I'm gonna test your LA card, but I know you're gonna rock with me on this. If the girls come out here, we gotta take them to Honey Kettle.
I haven't even been. I'm
I've
honest
heard.
enough to say I'm
See,
honest. I ain't been.
so we gotta go. We gotta go to Honey Kettle. They got one in Culver City because it started in Compton, like right up the street from my auntie house
I'm
on Alondra.
down.
It's so fire. I love me some Honey Kettle.
Lynn, what do you think about In and Out? Since you live in LA, like, what do you think about that? Overrated?
No, no, no In and Out slander will be tolerated at all.
No, no. I was
Ever.
asking. Like,
It's delicious.
The lines are the
I've
lines
never
for
had
a
it
reason. It's
before.
so good. It's so good. And it's so worth it.
Amazing.
You be mad in the line, but when you get your bag and it's greasy and it's right and it's animal style, it's gonna be justified.
This is what I have to tell people
Is
about In
that
and Out.
Gayu Koku,
It's fast food.
Tara?
In and Out is fast food. It's a
Huh?
snack, but it's good.
I mean, that's
That
Jen, Tara.
photo.
That's Jen.
That's Caribbean barbecue. I was just saying, like, yeah, we be eating good over here.
No, I'm
Um,
saying that's GEN Korean
no,
barbecue.
no, this ain't the West Coast. I don't know who the hell you talk about. We got different names for shit over here.
Oh, it look like Jen.
The
Me
thing
and
where
my
you gotta
sister.
cook your own food.
Will you put that down? Come here, you.
It's fire. It's
Come
so good,
here.
my Lisa. Um,
Oh, cause you know I can't eat
No,
shellfish,
come
right? So we
here.
went to what is that called? Hot Pot or whatever. I forgot what the name of the place is, whatever. And
You better come
so
here. You better.
I tried to make my stuff first and it still
Why
didn't
would
matter.
you
Even
do
when I go to like
that?
hibachi grill and all that stuff,
Why
I
would you do
be
that?
almost unaliving at them things and I gotta be there with an inhaler and the EpiPen. Like I'm on my last leg. I don't mess around with that stuff no more. It's gonna take me to yonder and I ain't ready to go yet.
Ruthie, where the hell you went at?
Oh shit! I'm sorry. I let my dog in. I was in the backyard.
Oh, you was up here and then you just disappeared. We was wondering what the hell happened.
I
Oh,
was
oh,
over
oh,
here
oh. My
like
YouTube
one
was
of them
jumping.
baby
I'm
daddies.
going viral on YouTube, y'all.
Hold on, what's the
I know
YouTube?
that's right.
Hold on, what?
I'm
Drop
trying.
the
Listen,
Hold on,
I'm
Ruthie,
trying to
what's the
get that
YouTube
check.
so we can go follow real quick?
Right. What's your
I'll
what's
put
your
it. Oh, it's this. It's Ruthie in the Brain.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Okay,
Let me
I'm
do
a
it.
I'm a subscribe to you on YouTube. I gotta get my YouTubes up so I can
Sure.
get some
Share it in the
subs.
Discord, Glenn.
I don't even got a picture on my YouTubes.
Yeah, I'm figuring out that platform, and I'm jumping over there now. I got like 700 subscribers, and I just started.
Okay.
I know
I
that's
was
right,
like,
Ruthie. Come
shit. Look,
on.
look,
I
look,
just
look.
gave
I'm
you
trying to get this
I
munions.
just gave you a subscribe over there, Ruthie.
God bless y'all.
Oh, Ruby, I got a question because I tried to hit you up when you was on live the other day, but the comments was going too fast. I'm going through a little hormonal issue. I got the little ingrown chin hairs. What do I use for coverage? Because I'm not a makeup girly, but I'm starting to get them bumps that look like I shave because I, use the tweezer. So I don't know what to do.
Are they bumps and colored, or just bumps in the same color as your skin?
Bumps in the same color. Because I know I've
So
seen
there's
some.
nothing. If it's just the same color as your skin, there's nothing that's going to cover that. Just do your regular routine. If it's a because makeup doesn't cover texture, it just covers up color.
Because I've seen some. I thought I've seen some like witchcraft when I seen some of these women with makeup and their face looks so
It's
textured.
lighting and a
Yeah.
filter.
Oh
Um,
damn, that's disappointing.
Super
All
Villain,
right.
have you did they say you can get like laser?
I'm gonna consider it. It's not a huge problem right now, but I know that like I've been doing like a rabbit hole deep dive, and I started going to like hirsutism and the ladies who start growing beards and their skin starts to get crazy. I don't want to get to that point. I'm trying to be preventative right now because it's about 6, 7 bumps on the chin. I don't want it to end
I
up
was.
to
Have you talked to
20,
your
30.
OB about it? Because it
No, I
could just be
haven't.
straight up hormonal. I
Yeah,
would go to
I
your
figured
OB
somehow.
ASAP.
Gotcha.
ASAP.
Thanks, ladies. I just thought I could do something covering up right now, but gotcha. Thank you.
Use the serum, like the ingrown hair serum.
So
I
I have a
ordered the
question.
TikTok turmeric soap and used it for like 3 weeks. That shit ain't work. Well, I'm
No, because
sorry,
the turmeric
Ephraim.
soap is for discoloration. You need the ingrown hair bumps. I mean the ingrown hair serum, so that they won't turn into ingrown hair because that's what's causing bumps. Is when they get ingrown.
You can irritate the follicle and then the hair won't grow, but I don't know what your tolerance is for like being consistent because that's my problem. I don't have no like I watch a whole bunch of that stuff, but I do have like a couple hairs. If you irritate the
Listen,
follicle so that the hair grow, that the long because a couple of the long ones I had, if you kill off that follicle, you irritate it enough, you know,
But that can cause
it'll
infection.
Ruthie,
That's
let me
why I
make you
just said
big
you
some
Yeah.
might as well
mushroom.
get laser.
So
What's that?
Topical sent this to me. I haven't personally tried it, but it's for ingrown hairs. It's called Ingrown Tonic by Topicals.
I
Yeah,
wonder
that's what
how
you
it stops the
need.
ingrown hair though. Like, what does it do? Because even when I
Girl, I
pluck
don't
them and they
know.
grow back, out, so they get like ingrown again. I don't know. It's weird.
It's
Curly.
exfoliating. It probably just has like AHA or glycolic acid in it, Ruthie, if you read it. And it's exfoliating the top layer of the skin, so like when the hair start growing out, it won't like skin won't grow over it, and then it pushes the hair back in because that's how ingrown hairs are formed. I'm very much into skincare, and I have really been holding out on y'all because I thought that the market was saturated with skincare. But like, if y'all need that routine, I got y'all. It ain't nothing but a word.
I need it because I don't do the makeup thing. I used to go bareface. I'll do a little, lip liner and gloss. I had fairly good skin, but now that I'm, part of the 1900 born in the 1900s club, I'm getting older now, so I need a routine.
What? One more question before we get on topic. Lynn, you live in LA, right? Like you live, that's where you live, right?
Yeah.
Have would you prefer LA or New York?
I prefer LA. I love New York though. It's if not LA, then New York because we got all the same like restaurants and stuff. But um I like LA because it's more room than New
Yeah,
York. I
New
feel
York
like
crowded
everybody
as
on top of
hell.
each other in New York, and you can leave away from the city in LA. Ruthie from LA too, um, and my sister from LA. So, but she
I'm
don't.
I'm
She
from
moved.
like yeah,
I'm asking
yeah.
because come January, I'm making either the decision to move to New York or Los Angeles
For what though? What are you doing
for
it
for
for?
work,
Oh, okay.
depending on my job.
I'm
But
Oh,
from
okay.
New York.
because
I'm gonna tell you, go LA, only because New York after COVID has really turned into a shit show, and then also the weather. We get literally all 4 seasons in the extreme. At least LA, it's always good weather for the most part.
You just gotta
But
yeah,
be careful where you go at in LA. That smog ain't no joke.
yeah, yeah, I've
And them earthquakes.
but New York is my dream
Girl,
city.
y'all
Y'all be
always got
pushing it with
something to
these
say about the
earthquakes.
earthquake, right?
Yeah,
It was the
I
Girl.
work
earthquake.
in listen, I work in mortgages, so between flooding and earthquakes, y'all always get on my like that side of it, get on my nerves over there and y'all tax stuff. That tax stuff is annoying. Like never mind. But yeah, y'all
but
But as
flood
much money as
insurance,
they pay
earthquake
us, the
insurance,
taxes
and
are fine.
taxes.
I mean, I'm sure New York is like New York's my dream city. Like that's the city I've dreamed of living in since I was like a little kid. And that started when I watched Home Alone, and that like started my fascination. And then when I was 17, I visited New York, and I'm like, oh, I'm definitely probably gonna move here one day.
All right,
But
y'all. That's all right.
What?
We're gonna get back on topic real quick. I got one more slide. This
sorry.
one might be a little triggering, y'all. I'm gonna just let y'all know. This the
Shoot,
last
that
one.
face is triggering. Why you got that
First of all, this some ugly.
face?
First of all, these some ugly ass text messages. I don't know what theme this is. They need to delete this shit. All right, y'all. This what he said. Tell your little bastard children of yours, all four of them little fuckers, they can call all motherfucking day for cash, but they motherfucking can't call me for Father's Day, huh? Angry face. Don't ask me for shit for the rest of this motherfucking year. How about that? I see what my mom was talking about. He got one. He one of them. So she said, "Oh wow, maybe they don't know it's Father's Day, but I'll be sure to give them the message. You better not. The fuck. They did tell me Happy Mother's Day. Either they told me like 3 days later. Yep, I'll make sure to forget to send them money the next time they ask too. And she said, I'll just tell them to never ask you for anything again. We'll leave things at that. From now on, then they got me and I must blah blah blah. I don't know what the rest say. What y'all think about this?
Not her being petty and
That
saying,
shit
well,
hit
at
a little
least
too close to home because my biological dad is the same way. That nigga wanna he be like, oh well, you didn't call me for my birthday either. Like nigga, what? You gotta be the adult in this situation. You be expecting somebody to just like always be chasing after you. I ain't doing that shit. Like, no. Call me first. I'm a human being too. Like, I don't know. My best friend dad the same way too. He be like, "Oh, why you ain't calling me? I'm the adult. I'm the father. You should be reaching out to me." Like, y'all got the sheer audacity to be saying some shit like that. Like, don't be weird.
I look at it the opposite. None of us asked the people who are fornicating to be here. So it's incumbent upon the people who made it so that I'm here to be the people that reach out. So that extends to whomever I'm speaking to or how I, sort of look at it. I never side with anybody who thinks that the child should reach out to you. I don't care what the age range you are now, or like how far along in the journey you are. I'm always going to look at you sideways if you're expecting the kid to call you, especially when the relationship is strained. Because ain't nobody asked you to be here. I don't really care what the situation is. Um, if it is that you desire a relationship, you definitely should be calling your child. Now, if you're okay with, severing that connection once the person is an adult, I mean, live your best life, do what you feel like you need to do. But I definitely don't believe that the child should have to call the parent. I definitely don't.
And why is he mad? Like, why is he mad that they're asking him for money? That isn't that his fault that they only see him as a money machine? That's a you problem, sir. Maybe treat them better and actually have a relationship with them, and they wouldn't see you as an ATM.
Felt like
I'll
he
go
wasn't a good
next.
person when she was sleeping with him, and that's why the conversation flows the way that it does. Because most people would be so aghast at somebody saying some stuff like that that there wouldn't be any follow up to the first message. You'd just be like not responding to it. You wouldn't know what to say. But she seemed like she's accustomed to that kind of disrespectful kind of banter from him, and she's unbothered, and then she triggers him in return. So I feel like that's just how they engage with one another toxically. Unfortunately, I'm not,
Yeah,
unfortunately, I
Yeah, I'm
had
gonna
one
have
of
to agree
them.
with you on that because I'm listening to how he's speaking, and I would have blocked him after the first message. I don't give a fuck who you are. You're not talking to me like that.
Talking to
okay.
Yeah,
my
I'm
kids.
big. Right, right. I'm big on the way people talk to me too, Ruthie. Like as far as like relationships, like I don't believe like partners need to be cursing at each other. Like don't curse at me. Do not curse at me. Now you can curse in talking to me. Like what is this shit? Like but don't say like don't curse at me. I don't know if y'all
Listen,
understand what I'm saying, but
anybody could get the
no.
smoke. My dad, this was like 5 years ago. My dad had a girlfriend who snatched the phone from him to get active with me over the phone, and he didn't check her. I ain't talked to my dad for like 8 months. So you even by proxy, you not gonna disrespect me? Cause what the fuck? Oh, sure did, and
Yes,
didn't
the
speak to him
phone.
until she did. She
And you know
sure
what I would have
did.
did? I would have
You
happily
know what it
obliged
is?
her.
On a side note, women see how good of a father my dad is, and they are drawn to him because of that. But then when they witness a good father is not going to have time for you the way you want, they get mad and they try to manipulate me and my dad's relationship. It's happened several times.
Well, like I said, had she done that with my father, I would have happily obliged her. Because what you won't do is try to punk me. So if you want to get active, we can get
Oh,
active.
I pulled up. I pulled
Yeah.
up. There was that lazy dog, and I pulled up. I sure did.
Like, do we have a problem? Is there a problem?
Well not lazy dog.
Can I say to the prompt really quickly? I've also had that text conversation. Unfortunately, sometimes we're dealing with things with your child. Unfortunately, you have to deal with some things with your baby daddy that's not that great. I'm ashamed of having to deal with that. But I want to say this too, and this is how you know, like a lot of these guys in this conversation aren't real parents. Because if you're a parent, you know your kids ask you for money all the time. Like that's just a thing that kids do. I've even had to tell my baby daddy at one point, oh, he said, oh, she doesn't call me, which he should be calling her. But I'm like, she's a teenager. Like, she doesn't want to talk to her parents a lot of the times. You remember when you were 14 or 15 years old. Uh, you know what I mean? You love your parents, but they're not the first person you want to talk to. When you come home, you want to talk to your friends. You want to talk to, you know what I'm saying? So, like, that's just a kid thing. That's not a personal thing to spite you. It's weird. Like, of course, your kids are gonna ask you for money. Who else are they supposed to ask? The freaking milkman? I like, or the mailman? Like, I don't get it. So that thing is so dumb.
I don't think they realize how much kids truly cost. Like, especially when they're teenagers. Like, my daughter every weekend wants to do something. They're going to the movies, they're going to go eat, they're going to go buy a new shirt, they're going to go to a football game, they need food at the football game. So, when they're active like that, they're spending as much money as an adult would on the weekend. Let's keep it a buck. And you want your child, like, nothing I mentioned was outrageous, right? That's just a normal childhood weekend. Every time she step outside, it's at least $50, at least. But why wouldn't you, if you have the means within reason, why would you not want to support your child when they go outside? When my daughter goes to the mall, I guarantee she's gonna hit, Mom, look at these cool socks in Urban Outfitters. Can I get them? Sure. Now I gotta Apple Pay her. You know how much a pack of she got them tan Nike socks from Urban Outfitters. It was $26.99 for a pack of fucking Nike socks. But I
Child,
sent
I
it.
had a job when I was 16 because I ain't have time for my parents. I do not have
Oh,
time
you're
for
not gonna
no.
like this one. I don't believe in children working. I
Like,
think it's my
A
financial
lot of people,
responsibility.
a lot of people don't, but I wanted to work. Like I really wanted to work. My parents didn't ask me to work, nor did I have to.
When
But
I
I was
spoiled
like, I
mine,
need a
but
job.
she did
I was
not
the
make summer
same way.
she did not make summer youth this year because her ass would have been at work. Believe you me, she did
Well,
not
that's
make summer
different.
youth
You know
this year.
what? That's what I do miss about New York is because, like, when I go to SSA.gov now, I do that parent guilt thing. We're like, look, I've been working since I was 14, and y'all sitting
I
here,
know
y'all
that's
don't know
right,
what
Melissa.
is.
Me too.
I can see my work history. I said, I'm gonna get SSDI, okay, not SSI. Now,
That was the
stop
most
begging for money.
that was the most fun time of my life, Ruthie. I promise you. Like being able to have my own money when my classmates did not have no money at all. Like I was like, oh, you gotta ask your mama for some money. Be cool. I don't. Like, but I still got money from my mom and my and like my dad, and they hooked the sister up.
But wait a minute, Lynn and Melissa, and guess what? Summer youth has been now since COVID. Like if you're 14 to 17, you just have to do a couple of hours online, like work study and resume stuff. You know, like we used to have to go into daycares or work at the library. Their shit is virtual, so they're literally at home making money, and they get minimum wage, so they're getting $16 an hour.
That's wild. Do you know what kind of bull ish we had to go through at my age? But you know what?
Yes.
I'm on the fence with certain things, right? So I'm one of those people who are like, should we spoil our children and deal with the consequences after the fact and just say, you know what? There's a generation of us that has little babies, and that will be the reward for all the Gen X bullshit that I tolerated. Is that
Um.
maybe my children are a little spoiled or entitled, but they're not going to be caught up in the idea of romanticizing necromancy of all the people in the past because that's all you ever get taught in
Let me
school
tell you.
anyway.
Let me tell you
Hmm?
something. I was spoiled. I am spoiled. My I will let you talk to my dad. He will tell you that he will sit up here and he actually went on live and he told the men on live, if you can't take my daughter to the restaurants I take her to, don't try to take her nowhere. Cause we don't do those cheap restaurants. No, don't spoil your kids. Who cares? Don't your kids. I still respect people. I still have respect.
Let me
It
tell
don't
you
like
something, because I'm about to piggyback on
provide.
everything you're saying. My dad, every apartment I've ever had, my dad paid the first month's rent and all the deposit stuff. Every car that I've ever had, my dad paid the down payment on my car. So that way, the money that I have, I could put towards other things to get myself in a better situation. Because let's keep it a buck. We're not wealthy people, right? I'm talking about me and my dad. So unfortunately, those types of down payments and shit really do hold lower middle class people back. So my dad spoiled me, and I'm putting it in air quotes, in a way that propelled me to be a better adult. And I think that's what it sounds like with your parents too, Lynn. Like they spoiled you, but in a way that still made you appreciative and a productive person. And I think that's the difference.
Well,
Yeah,
I
and
was not
like,
spoiled. I muled, absolutely muled. I'm the oldest of six, first daughter in a Nigerian home with a helicopter dad. So my daughter is most definitely spoiled, and I can admit that she is a little bit of a monster, but she's also a feminist. So she's not the kind of she's spoiled like oh, my mother did this for me. What can you do for me? So I can tolerate that. I know that she's not gonna let a nignog or tolerate anything from a nignog, and she's gonna be well set. She has a nest egg that I'm working on right now. So I'm okay with her being a monster. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. She is a little monster, but she also has that feminist side. So I'm just absolutely cool with it.
It's
yeah,
just
be
so
cool with it,
ironic. Oh,
embrace
sorry.
it. Oh, I was, yeah, my Lisa, be cool with it, embrace it, because
I don't see nothing wrong. I agree.
yeah, and now that I'm an adult and I look back at it, I be like, oh shit, like I lived a really good life, and I appreciate the things that I was able to do and the things that I had and like the moments that I had. And believe me, when I was a teenager, I did not appreciate that. And I didn't like too much get along with my parents, but now that I'm an adult, like I appreciate everything that they did, and it shaped me to be the woman that I am, and I don't take nothing from nobody. And I am bougie, and I am stuck up, and I am materialistic, but I don't accept the bare minimum. Like, you're not about to have me in no roach infested, raggedy apartment, sleeping on no goddamn mattress on the floor without no bed spring. I ain't never been that type of girl. Like, no, honey, you ain't about to have me on no air mattress, living raggedy. No, you gonna have to come correct. You ain't gonna never have to worry about your daughter sleeping in squalor or your son doing something like it's just not in your blood. You be like, no, that's not for me.
Let me ask y'all this question, right? So now that we're here, right? So the spoiling thing, I'm an advocate for it. I try to keep my opinions to rooms where I know at least people will be willing to listen to it, whether they agree or disagree. Glad y'all agree. Now, as far as like to the topic that we're talking about, right? So we have all this plethora of stuff that Tara showed us, all these messages, right? So, unlike in the past, right, where we're sitting here consoling all of these broken-hearted men who perceive that their mothers were these vitriolic, terribly heinous people, right? Who get on Ayana years later and she's there doing pseudo pick me stuff with them, like, oh my God, da, 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 right? Now, unlike those people, we have technology and evidence. Do you think that that will help to eliminate some of the drama that later on happens when those people have indisputable evidence like these text messages Tara has shown us? Do you think that will make any difference in the people who wanted to pedestalize the individual who left, or nah? But
I
just like a
think
prediction.
I think that kids now don't even care about the parent who. The thing about millennial black moms and younger Gen X black moms, y'all doing the damn thing. Like y'all are like slaying the fuck out of motherhood. Like, and it's crazy. Like, it is crazy. I don't even think these kids like even think twice. Like, mom, dad, not even together. Maybe it crosses their mind, but they don't be really be. To me, it don't. Y'all keep y'all kids up and keep them good, but I think this generation of moms is more honest with Bitey, more honest with your children too. So I don't think that I think the kids know, right? I think the kids know, like, my daddy a liar. Like, we were shamed into saying stuff like liar and stuff like that, but now kids know. They be like, "Oh, my daddy a liar. Oh, my
You're
daddy be
telling a
manipulating."
story. You're telling a story. What the fuck? We couldn't even say the word liar. You're telling a story.
Yeah, these kids know. They be like, "Yeah, my daddy a bum. He ain't got no money. He sleep on my grandma's couch." Cause they can tell the difference. Like, when I'm at my mama house, we go out to eat. We do this. We do that. My daddy don't take me nowhere. Like, it. You can tell. You can tell the difference.
And to piggyback off of what my sister said and supervillain, when you teach your kids stuff like feminism and stuff like that, we are decentering the thought that that takes away from their values, so they don't even worry about it. Like my sister said, it's not even a part of the mentality anymore because it's not hardwired that, oh, he wasn't there, so that means something about me. It has nothing to do with you. It's totally disassociated because of the way you taught them.
I think we need to
Exactly,
be less
Blue. That was
secretive
such a
too.
good point. And it's 2024. There's so many different families. Some families don't even have dads. Are you telling me that those people are incomplete? I just want to say all kids are gonna go through some form of trauma because they are human beings. And let's just keep it a buck. Like, they always have the guys who say, "Oh, my mother kept my father out their life." But I need the people who had their dads in their life or had to go to their dad's house every other weekend and hated that shit to start talking about their experience. Because I remember growing up, there was kids who hated to go to their dad's house for the weekend. It was in squalor. They didn't have no food over there. It's nothing like their mother's house. And they couldn't wait to come back home. Y'all remember the cousins that had to go down south to stay with their dads and they hated that shit? Like, I remember that growing up too. Like, why is nobody ever talking about that part?
We had an uncle like that, like in my family, and he was the rich uncle, which is the funny part. But he didn't never have no food or no furniture in a big ass mansion in Hidden Hills, girl. Hidden Hills, nothing in that motherfucker. Rich. But all of my aunts and uncles would rotate. We spent one weekend at so and so house, whatever, and we all hated going to my uncle's house because there was never no food. We had to sleep on pallets, and that shit was just normalized because, oh, he's a man. Oh, he doesn't know. We're eating Doritos and Little Caesars every night.
Ruthie, no food or no furniture is wild. Like, they gotta pick a struggle. You can't do both. That's crazy.
Hey, but there
Yeah,
was a heated swimming pool in the backyard.
yeah, I went through a time too, like when growing up, when my dad was with my sister's mom, I used to like going over their house. But then when my dad got with his YT girlfriend, I was like, "Ooh, this is ghetto, YT
Nah.
lady, ghetto." It was ghetto. So I went through a period of stop going over there because I didn't like the YT lady. But when we used to when my dad was with my sister mom, we used to have it popping. We used to be eating all night, watching up late, watching TV, making fort tents, all kind of fun shit. But yeah, it yeah.
You know what this brings me? I'm sorry, Tara, if you don't want me to say this, or if you don't want it to go in this direction, if it does, because y'all know my
Molly said you
ADHD
don't
be
just say
having.
that shit.
So I'm thinking to myself, do you know how amazing it is to know that the president is going to be a woman who never had kids? So I could tell my daughter, see, look, she was still a maternal figure. She has stepchildren, but look at that. Look at that, ma'am. Everybody
Oh,
don't got to
that's
do
gonna be
that
a
to feel,
narrative. That's gonna be a
you
narrative. It's
know?
gonna be like, you know what? If you don't have no kids, maybe you could be president.
Can I tell you, as a child-free woman, I am so excited about that. I was just fighting for my life with a patient's sister, which is weird today about this because the patient is a woman and her sister both don't have any kids. And I asked her why she didn't have any kids, and she was like, it just never happened. And she asked me why I didn't have any kids, and I said, I don't want any. So, like, I just made it very clear that I didn't want any. I didn't have any kids. I made it like a goal in life not to have any kids. Set myself up not to have any kids. And then I guess for her, I'm not sure if she, you know, she said it just never happened. Like maybe she never met the man or whatever. But she kept saying things like, for me, what if you met, the man of your dreams? I said, well, the man of my dreams also wouldn't want to have any kids, And then when I went to go like discharge her sister, she leaves and she's like, maybe the next time I see you, you'll be like, and she's like rocking her arm like a baby. And I'm like, that'll be somebody else's kid. Like, it was a very weird conversation because I'm like, if I told you from the get go that I don't want to have any children, because she just asked me like how many kids I have, not if I have any. The conversation after that should have been like, okay, cool, and then like that's it. So it's very weird that I talked to her sister, which is the patient, about my, the fact that I'm a nurse and I've done all this other stuff in my entire life, but then she went under sedation. So she wasn't able to hear anything else that I've like accomplished. And then she came into the recovery room. She hasn't heard anything else. And it just seems like some women don't understand that you can have anything else going for yourself, anything else in your life. So it's really nice to see. She was very accomplished prior to this. Was that my phone? Oh, okay. Because I'm like, I have another phone.
How we all got the same notification sound, so I'll be noticing that.
I was like, I was literally playing a game on my second phone right next to this. That's what I was like, is that my phone? So, I mean, and the VP is a whole vice president prior to this. So that is a very much life accomplishment outside of being an entire president. And even if she wasn't a vice president, she was whatever, attorney general, all this other stuff. So she had a lot of accomplishments prior to this. But I'm like, girl, you become president, that's it. You've made all of these accomplishments. And I don't know if she ever wanted to have kids. I don't know if she made the decision like me that she just said she doesn't want to have any for herself. But, I just love that narrative to be like, well, what are you going to do? Become president?
And the crazy part is she go hard for women's reproduction, even though she ain't got no kids. I don't know the reason. I mean, I know why, but I'm just saying. My bad, I interrupted you, but after you done, you can go, Nisi. Go ahead, Ashley.
No, it's really important because regardless if you want to have kids or not, you're still gonna have periods, you're still having menstrual cycles, and I think they think if you don't want to have kids that your team F them kids, and you kind of are, but you still you still champion for women, and women's rights because you're still a woman. But we've actually made that decision. We thought long and hard for years and years about if we want to have children. So it's like if anybody has thought about motherhood, is the women who've made that decision not to have kids. We thought about that like for at least more than 10 years.
Hey, Nisi.
Hey, terraces. Hey, all my beautiful ladies on the panel. Love y'all. Mwah. So happy to be up here with you, ladies.
I know Nisi, it's been forever, girl. Where you been?
I've been around, girl. I keep coming in, but like I be working long hours. Like I'm off on the weekend. Like I literally work the whole day. I work 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. So I can't join panels as much as I be wanting to, unless it's the weekend or like Wednesday where I have a little bit of a break. But I'm happy to be up here with you beautiful ladies as always. Y'all always is speaking facts, and I'm just happy to be here. I kind of wanted to kind of back off a little bit of what Ash was saying as far as like when it comes to Kamala. Isn't it ironic that she does not have any biological children, yet they're claiming she slept her way to the top? Isn't that weird? I find that weird that they're claiming she slept her way to the top. She has no children. She married a man that had children and is a stepmother to her husband's children. Yet she's the one being accused of being some kind of a Jezebel of sorts. And that's one thing that they constantly put on Black women in particular, is that they're always assuming we're baby moms and sleep around and things like that. I just thought it was odd that that's what the narrative that they're trying to push on her. when she's been coming up, she got her education, she built her career, and she married good. They really can't say anything about her but the fact that that's the narrative that they're running with, it says a lot to me. But I kind of wanted to answer on the topic as well, that the reason why it's an issue, and I can say this from my own experience, I was one of those kids. My parents were married, and I was one of the kids that prayed for my parents to get divorced. Like, they were very toxic together, but don't get me wrong, I love my mom and my dad. They were both very good to me growing up. But I will say this, is that when my parents first got divorced, my dad was very nonchalant towards his children. Like we were the kids that were forced to be there on the weekends, and he didn't want nothing to do with us while we was there. He would provide food for us, and we had, TV and stuff, but he didn't interact with us. Like, we would be locked up in like this room as a group of kids while he would be in the living room, like not paying any type of attention to us. And this was like in the first 4 years after their divorce. He got better over the years, but this is why I think that happened, is because a lot of men, and I think my dad did it too, they don't really necessarily care about the children. They tie the children to that woman. They use the children to tether themselves to that woman. So when they lose access to that woman, they also kind of stop caring about the kids too. Unless, until time goes on, the kids get older, and then, they want to kind of be around and things like that. They do that. But it's all about that woman. They don't truly care about these kids. This is why they always stress the ideology of, a man has to be in the home. Why does the man have to be in the home? Because he wants to have access to that woman. Not because he wants access to the children. He wants access to that woman. That's all it's about. It's easy for them to abandon their responsibilities when they're not really thinking of their children. They're thinking of that woman and how they can have access to her. And I'll land my plane there.
Can I ask y'all a question about something real quick? Because you just said it. Why do people say land ain't plane on here? I'm sorry.
I say
I
I
feel
yield.
neurodivergent people, it's for them to know that the conversation is ended, like for that person, because some people don't know when that person is finished talking. But I'm saying, why did they pick that thing to say? Was it something that can't, like, is that like a typical TikTokian?
That's an old saying. You know how, like, when
Yeah,
the
it's
planes need to land and they're
finish it.
circling.
It's like finish it. Finish what you're saying. Land the plane, as in, the conversation is stopped. You met your destination.
It's funny that you say that, Nisi, because the one guy I did date with a kid. I've only dated one man with a kid. He would low key pawn his daughter off on me all the time, but he would pay me. I was the babysitter, um, which was fine with me because he paid me a lot of money, and his daughter was actually fun. And he would pay for all of our activities, and I liked our activities, like getting our nails done and going out to eat and going shopping. Love that for us. You know what I'm saying? But like she grew so attached to me that when I finally talked to her mom, like one time, her mom was like, "Oh, I'm so happy that she has you there." And I just thought that that was weird. I was like, "You happy that she got me here? Like, it's not like I'm engaged to the man or something like that. Like, this is just a little datey situation." But like the mom was just like, I know, like basically, I feel like she knew that he couldn't function without a woman. Um, and she like I don't know. I guess she liked that. She was like, "Thank you for being nice to my daughter because she always talk about you and how much fun y'all have together." Um, and he would just pretend that the stuff that I was doing, like in the pictures that I was in him, like, "Oh, we out here, we out there." He would pretend like it was him doing the stuff. Like it was weird.
You know, Anisi, based off of what you were saying, I was thinking about something. I wonder if the with the before the relationship ends, if they were together long enough for like the kids to develop like a personality, because I mean kids have personalities. I'm not gonna say it like that, but like if the kids are old enough to establish like a relationship and they're able to communicate with the father enough, does it make it harder for him to like abandon the kids? Like it's easy to abandon them if they're like toddlers or babies, but if they're like, I don't know, grade school or like pre-teen, you know what I'm saying? It's like it'll be harder to abandon them then.
Yes. Well, that's exactly my point. Because, like in the situation with my family, when it came to my dad, we were all, of age. I was 11. My oldest brother was like 15, and my other older brother, he was like 13. And oh, excuse me, I changed it. I was 10. Excuse me. My older brother was 13, and the other one was 15 when my parents got divorced. And the youngest was 5, which was my little sister, when we had to go stay at the weekends with them. So we were all very coherent and understood what was going on, that the fact that our parents broke up. Excuse me, just a second.
Y'all do the
I'm
poll.
sorry. I'm sorry about that.
No, you good. Y'all go
Just to kind
ahead.
of
Y'all
answer
go
that
ahead.
point.
Hold on real quick. Y'all go ahead and do the poll. Go ahead, Lisa.
But like in my parents' situation, yeah, my dad couldn't just walk away. We weren't toddlers. We were very aware of the situation, and he did make it known how much he loved us. But when we spent the weekends with him, he was hardly there. Like, and when he was there, the only person that really got to interact with him was our 5-year-old sister, because she was so small. He would let her come hang with him in the living room, or watch movies with him or whatever, while the rest of us were kind of stuck in the bedroom watching TV together as a group. And I honestly think it was because our father looked at us as a reminder of our mother. Not as his children, but a reminder of our mother, and the fact that he no longer had access to her. The only time he wanted to be around us was when he had access to her. And that was early on, when they first broke up. It got a lot better once we got older. Like they get along a lot better now than they did when they were married. And he's way more of an active father now, even though we all grown with children of our own, which is wild. But and he tries to be there for his grandchildren. Like, he helped me a lot with my son. Me being a single mom, he was there for my son a lot more than he was there for me, if I can be honest. He was there for my son a lot more than he was for me. And I think that had to do with him getting older. But I noticed that as a kid, a lot of these men, they tie their children to their mothers, whereas mothers don't do that. Mothers don't do that. They will take care of their kids regardless of whether they're with that man or not. Men seem to have this ideology in their head that they're only responsible for their children when they have access to the mother. That's why they say, "Oh, if you make enough money, why should I have to pay child support? If you got a new man, why should I have to pay for anything in regards to my child?" It's because all they're thinking about is her.
Can I say something to what my Lisa had brought up? And I think that was a beautiful point. I just had a couple things to say, and I'll land the plane. I don't know if you want to do the results first, Tara.
No, I'm just putting on the back. I
Uh,
had the actual numbers up, but I can't split screen. My phone got so I don't have the source, but that's what people said back there. I can assure you it was nowhere near what y'all saying though. But
okay. So, my Lisa, I think that was a beautiful thing you brought up with POTUS Harris, as I like to say. And that's one thing, especially when I'm talking on like the feminist side of things. When it came to raising my daughter, especially now in her teen years, I never have that like, do you want to be a wife or mother conversation. Really, it's always more about her following her dreams, right? Because women for centuries have been mothers and wives, and that could be your dream as well. Let's not take away from that because that's an important job. But I always push what she can do, what her future looks like. She wants to be a pilot, the different places she's going to fly me or whatever, and the places we will travel because she loves to travel. I think that's a big narrative that we need to start working on with our girls now, because again, you can always. I'm not gonna say you can always be a mother and daughter, but I'm a mother and wife. But I just think we need to push girls into more of what they want to be when they grow up, outside of the traditional what womanhood is. I think that's very important, and I instill that with my daughter a lot. I don't even I desire more her to fulfill her dreams than I could ever desire grandchildren. That's the best way I can put it. Like it warms my heart more to know that she's fulfilling her dream than to me ever thinking about grandkids. That's just how it is for me with her. Secondly, to the dad thing, that was a good question. You see, to me, I don't. I think it really is the dude or the father in particular, and it doesn't matter what age, from toddler to teenager to grown ass adult, because men can walk away from their children. Men can also stay and abuse their children, right? It's the type of it's the type of harm you do to your child. You can stay and be abusive. You can walk away and be neglectful. But I really don't think it even matters because they do that at all ages and all stages of children's lives. So that's the really unfortunate thing. And I had one more point, but I forgot it. So I'm gonna circle the block, y'all. I yield.
Do y'all think it's a pattern if you really looked at it? Is it like a specific type of life event group that leads to the abandonment ones versus a life event group that leads to the abusive ones, or the ones that use the children as like a manipulation type of thing?
Nope, there's
Do you think
not.
it? No.
Because here's the thing: some guys switch up when you get to that third trimester and they figure you can't unalive the baby, right? Some of them switch up if you decide to end the relationship, right? You never know how, like, cause, and this is the problem, with relationships. It's like, I think the core of the problem is just like we combine relationships and parenthood together, right? And that's how the guys see it. Like, oh, we got children together, so we supposed to have some relations together. I truly believe those two things supposed to be separate. Like, just because you the father don't mean we gotta live together, we gotta be doing all this stuff. And just because you're in a relationship with somebody, they might be a good partner but a horrible parent. I don't know, that's the way I see it. But yeah, you don't know. There's not, if you think it's gonna be some pattern and you can figure it out. Nope. Some of the most guys you think are there's been guys who've been really great father figures to other children in their family in the neighborhood, and then they trash, right? How many men get the stepfather of the year? And sometimes those men got own children they ain't seen. So I don't know. I don't see no patterns.
When it comes to the abandonment, I think it's at this point I think it's a socialization because
Yeah.
I did a I think I'm gonna do a live about it because I did some research on a video on the reproductive technology boom, I think. Basically, or reproductive technology shock, or so it was basically whenever they came out with birth control at the same time they came out with access to, it was like a couple of things that happened at the same time. Basically, they were allowing non-married women to have birth control because previously it was only married women that could have access to birth control pills, which I didn't know was a thing. So married women could get birth control only, and that was to keep the population like down because before it was like I think 5, 6, 7 within a like kids in a family, and they're like, wait, we're having way too many kids, and plus, which is more important, the wives were unaliving during childbirth. And while that's sad, the husbands were like, I don't want to have to keep taking care of these kids and finding new like stepmoms for these kids. So let's like try not to have more, my first wife to unalive. So they, developed those birth control pills. But in that context, they didn't allow women to actually get birth control pills. And as a result, you had the pew pew smun weddings. I don't know how to say that. You know what I'm talking about. Where if you got a lady pregnant prior to marriage, they would strongly encourage you with a Saturday night special to make her an honest woman. There, I'll say it like that. So there was no I think they would like to paint the narrative that people were waiting until marriage to have kids. They were not. I looked back, and as early as like that, even the 18 and 1900s, people were having premarital relationships. They were being the promise was, if we did the nasty and I got pregnant, you would get, like, we would get married. So yeah, pew pew weddings. Thank you. Sorry, I looked away from my phone. Pew pew weddings. That's a good one to say. But once they, I think they took it to court or did something where they allowed women to get birth control pills, single women. So that once the women got the single women got the birth control pills, they no longer had to strongly encourage these men to marry them if they had premarital, relations and they got pregnant. So that actually was, I think, more than half of YT women's marriages, and about 40% of 30 or 40% of Black women's marriages. And that's where the marriage rates plummeted. At the same time, this was like the 60s. No fault divorce happened, 10 years later in the 70s. So both of those happening in a real, I guess three things happened: the birth control access for single women, and then the, what do you call it, pew pew weddings, and then 10 years later, no fault divorces. So you have a big decrease in marriages, forced marriages, I guess, and then an increase in divorces. So the men were like, I'm going to abandon these kids because I don't have a reason to get, I'm not being forced to marry these women. So they were socialized from the very beginning. This entire time they were forced to marry women. And so I was like, oh my gosh. I don't know why a light bulb hit me. I was like, it was never about love. The whole concept, I know you guys seen the video floating around on TikTok. It was never about, marriage was never about love, period. They were just telling women that so they would actually want men, because who would want men, right? But they sold the idea of romantic love so that women could marry the men, but the marriage was just so they could legitimize the kids. The legacies. That's why the marriage was a thing. So yeah, I was like, oh, so that's where the whole thing, I'm sorry, I got a whole tangent, but the idea of marriage kind of sold it for me, the illusion of it, because I was like, the men had been socialized to abandon these kids a long time ago because they weren't even promised, they weren't even forced into marriages anymore because they didn't even have to legitimize the kids anymore.
I do want to pose a question too, though, and when we have these conversations, because and I know not every situation will be like similar to mine, but I just want to acknowledge, like, I know we always say, like, the dads abandoning the kids are a bad thing, but sometimes we got to look at the inverse, because those same type of men, if they can do, like Tara said, there's a difference between your relationship and being a parent. You can walk away from the relationship and still be an involved parent. You don't have to live necessarily inside the house. But why would you want a man who could walk away from your kids? Like, imagine what kind of father he would be. That's what I think about sometimes. Like I know I hear women say, like they wish the guy would have stayed or something, but again, I think it's a whole walking away neglect versus staying in abuse thing, right? Sometimes it is a good thing that these guys walked out of these kids' life. I'm not saying that trauma is a good thing, like, but all people are gonna face some type of trauma. And if it's the dad walking out their life versus the dad and staying and somewhat like abusing or touching or even mentally abusing the kids, I think that's better. And I'm not trying to do like the oppression Olympics when it comes to that. I hope I don't sound terrible. But I just think like we even hear guys on the internet talking and stuff and what type of parents they how many times have we heard a guy come in here and he talk about he has daughters and this and we're like, oh gosh, we pray for that man's daughter. Like some of these guys really it's best that they walked away from their kids. I hate the way it sounds, but that's how I feel sometimes. Like yo,
Absolutely. I feel like the vast majority of them should never have kids to begin with. Because you already know what I'm about to say. When we're talking about this demographic, they're economically unviable men. So they shouldn't have ever procreated to begin with. So that's actually the problem to start with. That seed, that fertilizer should have never fertilized. Um, Unfortunately, it happened. We can't terminate the fertilizer. So I guess since the child is here, kick that man up out of here. But I like to say the first step is the feed. But the first step in any issue is prevention, right? So if you have a man who shows signs of low economic viability, he should not be allowed to procreate, and that would be step one. Now, if you're already in a situation where you already know what I'm about to say, supervillain, you're at step three, which is tertiary care, meaning you're already at the deadbeat phase, then yeah, he gone. He out of here. Get him out of here. Because he's basically a virus at this point. He's a parasite. He's doing more harm than good. So, I mean, maybe he can be one of these people on the screen, which is owing 1,000 to 100,000, 200,000, and he can't get his passport and go get his preference. He just be on the online trolling people because he mad because he can't get his passport. So, but yeah, I completely agree.
actually, I'm 3 years away from being an empty nester, so my daughter's in college in 3 years. And I found out I could do back child support. I'm considering it because I never put him on child support. But college is expensive, and I don't want her to have to
Do it.
work. So I might have to claim that around 17, do some back child support or something. I don't know.
Do it just off of 2020, because I still want to pull up on him. That story just like I'm still just you just told me that story. I'm pissed. Cause what you mean this man ain't even pulled up? Cause if somebody said, "Hey, your baby mom in the hospital," I'd have been like, "Where my daughter at? She all right?" Cause technically you the next to cancer. So why you ain't pull up? Well, first of all, is she okay? It's COVID, like it's Rona, like we don't know what's going on. Everybody's scared. These people gonna make it or not? I'm
It
assuming
was
I
a
don't know
blessing
if
in
he
disguise, Ashley. And let me tell you, because I kept
girl.
doing chance after chance and that's when I just had to do the just cut off and just be nonchalant moving forward and no extra conversation, anything. Because my thing is, it wasn't about me, it was about her. I could not talk. I was incapacitated. I was hospitalized for a month and a half. My daughter thought that I was unalive and nobody was telling her. That's what she really thought, and she didn't have the support of her dad. That was what you know what I'm saying? I could take any type of abuse. I hate to say that, but when it comes to that one right there, I'm telling you, under the jail is where they have to put me in. From then, just to keep my sanity, I had to just be like, you know what? Light switch. I had to make the mental decision. Light switch off. It's just business. Keep it moving.
My thing is, if he didn't really care about your well being, fine. But like, who's taking care of his daughter? you. So
Not a
technically,
Capri Sun, Ashlyn. Didn't even drop off a Capri Sun,
that's what I'm
honey.
saying. Like he would have to care about your well-being because you're the one that's taking care of his daughter. So then evidently he doesn't care about her, which is pissing me off now. And I don't even really know y'all like that. So that's why I'm like, where he at? Because we got to square up. And then like, now that you're in the hospital, who's taking care of your daughter? He just assumed that your parents did because this is what deadbeats do. They assume that, oh, since I'm a deadbeat, the baby mama got me, the baby mama's family got me, my parents got me, everybody in the world got me because I don't even got me. That's what they do. Welfare got me, the government got me, my mama got me, my baby mama got me, my baby mama parents got me, the dang daycare got me, everybody in the world got me, taking care of my child, but me. And then they want to get online, not him, but probably him, I don't know. But they want to get online, these same losers do, want to get online and talk about how single mothers are destroying the community when it's literally them. So just give me the
It's
ad
because based
hominem.
off of
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Blue. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I was just going to say it's because based off patriarchy, they were never intending to actually raise the child, have the legacy. Yes, definitely have the legacy, but raise the legacy? Never. That was never the plan. So whether they have some of them even have access to you and will use the access to manipulate the fact that they're so involved. Remember, I was just there yesterday or the night before, but did you do anything that forwarded our situation separate from you? Absolutely not, because that was never their intention. That was quote unquote woman's work. So that's why they could have access, not have access. They can be involved and halfway be involved and leave the kid in the room to watch TV all day because they were never intending to actually raise them, just have them.
I just want, like, speaking to what you just said, Blue, because I wanted to mention this, and this is what, like, drives me crazy about a lot of these fathers that are not responsibility. I'm not saying that, or not owning up to the responsibility. I'm not saying that all men do this because I know there are good fathers out there. I do know that. But the fact that these men are looking at their children as legacies, that's a huge problem for me because a legacy is what you would leave for, like, what you actually provided for them, what they can kind of go off of. If you're just seeing them as themselves, as your legacy, while you leave them to pay off your debt, while you leave them to, not have anything to show for as far as you are concerned, I think this is what the huge disconnect is that they're confusing legacy with lineage. Your children are your lineage. Your legacy is what you leave to them, and they're not leaving anything to these children. And they're confusing their children with being their legacies. And it's actually very sad. And honestly, I feel like it's a way for them to not do anything. It's like they're looking at their children as legacies. Say if that child becomes a doctor, a lawyer, or athlete, somebody famous, that's my legacy. No, that is not your legacy. You didn't help that kid get to where they were going. That's their own legacy. They're your lineage. Imagine if, like, say, LeBron James' father pops up out of the blue. He's like, "Yeah, he's a superstar because he's my legacy." No, you didn't raise him. You didn't raise him. That's not your legacy. That's your lineage. He created his own legacy without your help. And this is where the confusion comes in when it comes to a lot of these men. They're confusing the terms, and this is why literacy is important, because they don't understand that a legacy is something that you provide for the people you love, particularly your children. It don't even have to be the woman that you have the children with. If you provide something for your children, that's your legacy. That's your legacy. Not what they do or what they can provide for you. It's like they have it backwards.
I made a video about that. I was like, girl, I think you sound like you was watching when you made my video. But no, I said like your legacy is what you do, what you give out to the world. Like I think I used maybe Oprah Winfrey or something like that. Like she has an entire network, an Oprah Winfrey network. She employed maybe hundreds of thousands of people, at least thousands of people. I don't know. She has a school or something over there in Africa. That is a legacy. She's impacted thousands of people, whether positively or negatively. I don't know. But that is a legacy. That's what you do. Tyler Perry got a whole studio. This man is a billionaire. He's employed a bunch of people. Lasting impression on a bunch of people. You've got people who have opened up libraries, like in colleges, in their name. I mean, these are famous people. On a more personal level, you have teachers who have, educated maybe hundreds of students, and we all probably have at least one teacher, whether it's a grade school, elementary, or college teacher who we can remember right now that has a lasting impression on us right now. Maybe it's a nurse or a doctor that's touched us in some way, hopefully positively. Whether that person may not know it or not, those kind of moments is beneficial, and that's how you leave those lasting impressions. Is how you leave a legacy. You leave those good things out in the world. You give good things out in the world. When you do volunteer work, I hate to say missionary work, so volunteering, when you volunteer and give out soup kitchens, homeless shelters, stuff like that. I do international volunteer work. That's how you leave legacies, because you're giving out, you're pouring out into other people. You're not just literally spreading fertilizer, because you're actually giving out legacies of low achievement. That's what you're doing, because what you're not doing is financially supporting your children, emotionally pouring into your children, leaving any kind of financial support to your children. You're not, whenever they turn 18, now they've got, I don't know, equity in property, a house, money for college, money for a business. They ain't got nothing but struggle. Maybe low income to get on, I don't know, food stamps now because you broke too. Your PS5, they got your PS5 now. Your Jordans, hopefully they wear the same size as you. That's what they got.
Say that. Say that, sis. Like Michael Jackson, he left a legacy for his children, and they weren't even biologically his, to be honest.
Yeah. Like, that's how you leave legacies. So these guys are like, oh, I got them therm out here. And then some of them ain't even claiming kids out here. Handing out sperm like it's Halloween candy, talking about legacy. Shut up. Just shut up.
I want to say real quick, replacing the S sound with the TH sound is wild work. Y'all are so funny. And I had recently went to a funeral of a friend of a cousin whose dad was like that. It's amazing because the father was such a big figure in the community. You know how they play the pictures, or they like show a screen show, whatever the thing's called, slideshow of the pictures of like the person throughout their life. And this man had so many pictures with kids and stuff in the neighborhood. And I think I saw one picture with my friend's dad, with his dad. He had one or two. And there were so many pictures of him with other people, kids in the neighborhood. So this is why I say it's an individual thing. It is a choice. Because how could you be so good to people that's not even your kin, but your own flesh and blood? You can just abandon and walk away from. That's why when we posed that question earlier, it's a really abandon, neglect versus staying abuse thing. It's weird, and I really think it's an individual thing. I just think they individually do that in common.
Somebody from back home, just from back in town, and I'm from Illinois. She had at a life, she had, I think, cervical cancer, I want to say. And her son actually took care of her, which I applaud, because the sons don't be doing stuff like that. But I went back home for her funeral, and she was a CNA, and her funeral looked big turnout. And she had pictures. He had pictures of her, his. I think she had two sons and the grandkids, but a lot of people just like me who came states away just to see her, just to, participate, that we're not like related at all. It was a huge turnout. People were coming from different time zones. I think somebody flew in because somebody had moved to Europe, and somebody, she took care of me whenever I was sick and blah blah blah. So you could have done something. I think she was, yeah, I think she was, yeah, she was a CNA, and no, I think that's all she did. Maybe a home health aide and then a CNA. Yeah, I think that's what she did. Maybe it worked a couple of different places. So you don't have to like be VP. You don't have to be president. You don't have to be Oprah. You don't have to do anything like that. It's what you give out to other people. But by the time you're unalive, because this man, by the time his mom was like super sick, he didn't want to like clean her up and like have to touch those like areas. But he had, I don't know what he did with himself, but he had enough money that he was paying other people to come in, like other CNAs, surprisingly enough, to help take care of her. But other people came in from states away just to make sure they, had a proper goodbye for her. And that's how you leave a decent legacy. You never know when it's time, when your time to go, who's gonna show up for you. These men, baby, they cremating you. I'm sorry. You getting a pine box, whatever the cheapest wood is. Actually, they're just gonna cremate you. That's the cheapest way to go. They're doing fish fries for you. As a matter of fact, y'all get life insurance policies on these pookies, because what happens is these are failed patriarchy pookies, and that's why they're out here being deadbeats, because they were supposed to be patriarchy, like patriarchy was supposed to benefit them, but they're broke. They are economically unviable. They were supposed to be husbands, but they're not husband material. So that's why they have the lowest marriage rates. We all know who I'm talking about. I don't need to elaborate anymore. So now they're just gone with the wind and being deadbeats and being, what does that say, 100,000, 200,000 in debt. Patriarchy pookies, spread the word. So that's why they're out here like this. Put them on. Get the. I think you can do life insurance on them, right? Because they're your child's father. So yeah, they get up out of here, out of this world, especially if they're between the ages of 30 and 40, because that's the number one cause of unaliving is smomicide by the hands of another black guy. So no offense, not saying it's
Ashlyn, we were talking about this on your last live. How if any of you know a young man that happens to be Black or African American, they have short-term life policies. If we don't want to get too much, but it's an investment that, based on the numbers that Ashlyn had brought up, I mean, it's a sure thing. It's more sure than gambling and going to the casino. So y'all might want to consider that. Not even trying to be funny, but just for real.
I be talking about mess, but I am being so serious. I am being unaliving serious, because that's what might happen to them. And that'll pay for funeral arrangements. It'll help your child. I think doesn't it, like, if they get unalive and your child is a minor, they get like Social Security or something like that until the child turns 18 or something like that.
Yes, my brother got that from my mother. So yeah, you do get their Social Security.
Yeah, there you go. You got you some benefits. Now, if your child's over 18, then yeah, you're not. But yeah, don't be out here. We tired of getting fish fries. The fish is good. There ain't nothing like a good repast fish fry, but
I'm sorry, and if they're in college, they get it to the duration of college as well. If they before before 18, if they go to college, because that's what happened with my brother. Can I say, for sidebar? For my funeral, I do want to be cremated. My shit is gonna be a party though, y'all. In case y'all end up going, hopefully a long, long time from now. But I just want like to do silly stuff like throw out a bouquet and say you're next. Just different things like that. I want to have a little. My drink is gonna be a party. I'm not even gonna lie.
I want to, I love that. This is why supervillain. That's my sis right there. Like, cause I want to do something goofy like that for my own, like putting on my tombstone. I told y'all something was wrong with me or something like that. Like,
It's so funny,
goofy.
DC. That's a good idea.
No, that's funny. I told y'all something was wrong with me.
I saw a meme with somebody who said they were gonna have their best friend take their cell phone and text everybody and say thanks for coming.
Oh my gosh, that is wild. Yo, that's funny.
Y'all gonna get somebody a heart attack.
Wait a minute. I'm not gonna be cremated first. I want my joint setting up like I'm like sitting there looking at everybody with the guilty eyes and everything, and then I'll be cremated.
You should do one of those like hologram or whatever it is, and then because I feel like the technology should be pretty realistic. And then even if you are cremated, so then just have like the hologram or whatever of you walking in, like, all right, y'all, thanks for coming in. And see,
Tara.
Pass a collection plate like this is for everybody who still owes me $20.
Yo, that y'all are hilarious. I'm writing this shit down by the way. That is so funny.
I know somebody owe me something. I done forgot, but here go the collection plate because I know somebody owe me something.
Not y'all cash app on your on your coffin. It's
Tara.
crazy. Turned and checked out. All right, y'all. This is the cue for me to head down. I love having a conversation with y'all. By the way, it's always a party in here. I appreciate each and every one of you. If no one told you that I love you today, then I love you. And if you're not loved, that means I'm not alive. Y'all have a great night.
Yeah, I was glad to
Until
get off
tomorrow.
too.
I'll talk
'Cause
to y'all. I'll see y'all
Love
this
you,
week.
sis.
Thank you
I'm gonna
too.
get off too. I might do something tomorrow. I forgot to figure out whatever topic I'm gonna do. Good night.
Night.
Good night.
I'm late. Y'all all saying y'all good nights and stuff. And I wanted to come up here and say something on the topic, but y'all was having such a peaceful conversation. I don't know if I want to rile everybody back up again.
Do it. Do
Go
it.
for it.
So look, I can't speak for other groups of men. I'm only black, so I can only speak for Black American men. So I don't know what the other races of men is doing. But I truly feel like the reason why a lot of Black men abandon their families, the woman and their kids, is because they're still operating like we're on a plantation. A lot of our men still have a plantation mindset. On the plantation, they could walk around and sleep with who they wanted to. Didn't matter whose sister it was, cousin it was, grandma, auntie, didn't matter. And if any of those women got pregnant, there was no expectations for them to stay. There was no expectations for them to take care of that kid. They got to do what they did and get up and walk away. And even if they wanted to stay, they couldn't overly invest into the child because, there was fear that it would be found out and the kid would suffer some type of, mistreatment at the hands of the owner because, this child is a product of love and that's not what they wanted. So oftentimes, even if Black men wanted to be in the child's life, they had to downplay their emotions. So here we are, fast forward, and a lot of Black men still operate like we're on the plantation. They float around the community doing whatever they want to whoever they want. And if they get pregnant, well, I don't want the baby. Well, I ain't trying to be there. And since the community, unfortunately, we got a lot of pick-me women up in our community, they're still operating on the plantation mindset because they think that that's fine. They think that that's an acceptable answer. Well, we can't make them be there for the kids. Well, a man's gonna be a man. That's why you got to keep your legs closing. You always got to be choosing better. When no, the truth of the matter is that we don't really have any consequences set in place for men who choose to abandon their family. Those men can still come to the family barbecue. They still allowed to kick it and come to the club. People still dapping them up. Oh, what's up? We'll sit there and watch them talk to 3-4 girls, get 3-4 girls' numbers at the party. They all know that he got a baby around the corner. He not taking care of it. He not claiming. That's not my business, though. That's not us. A lot of our community still living like we still back on the plantation with no structure, no rules, and allowing our men to just run a buck all up and through the community, unchallenged and unchecked. That's what I think.
I
Do they
agree.
call that thing when they, I forgot what the word is that they use to describe the effects that genetically have altered us as a result of what happened during slavery.
Epigenetics.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree, and it's almost like it's embedded in our culture. Because when I have these conversations with men about, oh, well, black men especially, why don't you get fixed? Like, if you don't want kids, why are you out here still, dealing with women? Why you still out here? They'll say, I don't want kids, but you 35 and you want to date a 21, 22, 23-year-old girl who's, according to y'all, at peak fertility ages, but you don't want to be responsible for when you get her pregnant, and you feel like you should be able to just bag out, and that should be acceptable. Well, I told her I didn't want kids, and the whole community goes, well, he told you he didn't want kids, girl, so like, why you have that baby? Since when was that an option? Since when did men get to just go, I don't want a kid, and now they're no longer responsible for it? Like, that's not how things work, except for on the plantation.
That's facts. And you know what's crazy about that is that men somehow have convinced themselves that they're no longer responsible for their own, bodily fluids. And like, you let me do it. Like, what the hell kind of logic is that? That's like saying, if I jump off a bridge, you're gonna jump off too because I jumped off. That's the same logic. Like, you're telling me that you knew you didn't want kids. You pew-pewed up the club, and you feel like you were trapped and slighted in some way? What the hell? You could have prevented yourself from getting a woman pregnant. They don't want to have. This is what the irony in all of this is. They don't want any type of responsibility, yet feel like they're entitled to be leaders in the community. Don't leaders take responsibility? I mean,
I mean, the idea of what a leader is an interesting thing that I don't think we often talk about. I don't know. But when you go into that conversation about the leadership aspect of things, it tends to lend itself back to who's the provider and protector. But certainly are a lot of people who got harmed with all these protectors in the realm. It's real interesting.
isn't it very peculiar? Very peculiar. We're protectors and providers only if we have access to you and your bodies. That's basically what it is. Yes, exactly, Chacha. It's they abandon their kids because of the access to the women. I will forever say that. I will never stop saying that because they tell us this on the regular. You should have stayed with your baby daddy. Or what is that dude that oh my god, I can't remember what his name. I think his name was Anthony something, but he was basically like, oh, you know what the problem with the black community is that a black woman is not a helpmate no more. She's not in her place. F her and F them kids. So he's mad at the kids because he no longer has access to her. They keep continuously saying this over and over. This is why they think that the nuclear family is the solution to everything. If I can be with you, I can raise the children, even though they don't know their doctors, they don't know the schools they go to, they don't do anything to help that woman. She's basically adopting another kid by being with him. And when she knows, like, hey, I'd rather take care of my children and not a grown ass man, all of a sudden she destroyed the family and he don't know what happened.
You see, you saying that just reminds me that, like, literally all the things they accuse black women of is exactly who they are. This whole, black women stop being a helpmate and it is now, like, not working with us and is now the enemy. Like, that's black men. Like, our children were taken care of when we were back in Africa because we all helped take care of them. Children belong to the tribe. So even if a child's father didn't make it back, the tribe would still take that child out hunting, would still teach that child the ways of the village and the ways of the land, would still make sure that child was well taken care of and groomed. Nowadays, black men will see a child that don't have a father and be like, well, that's not my kid. Oh, so what? Oh, I'm going over to this house to go see my kid and the other two kids, their dad ain't around. Oh, well, she should have picked better. There's no sense of like the children are my responsibility too. The children's well-being is our responsibility too. Now it's like they only consider themselves and women are out here fighting for the children on our own.
Exactly. That's exactly it. And it's what's really sad about it is that they don't actually see what's going on. And like when people talk about like foundations and stuff, there was like a video of a guy who posted, he was like, if you get a group of women together of different races, women, if they all get into an argument, they can be like, well, the men in my community does this, the men in my community does that, like referring to infrastructure and all of the things they love to brag about. And they say how black women don't have the ability to say, well, we can turn to our men for this because all our men care about is access to cat. That's it. That's their main focus, is access to cat and having babies. And the crazy thing is, what really pisses me off about it, and I'm sorry y'all if I'm being long-winded or boring y'all, but what's crazy about it is that these are the same men that say they don't give a damn about children that aren't theirs, that are saying that black women have unalived the most black people because of them having misfortunes. If you don't care about the children that already exist, why the heck are you arguing with me about children that women, chose not to have? And saying that, oh, if y'all had those babies, had the babies for what? Had the babies for what? So you can be anti-black towards them, so you can blame their mothers for having you and you ending up in poverty or some bull crap like that? Why is it that these men pivot to these unnecessary points that don't actually help the community? They don't give a damn about children. They don't give a damn about black women. I don't even think they give a damn about themselves.
Now that you mention that statistic that they like to bring up, I wonder how many of those were medically necessary procedures versus ones that were just electively done, based on the mother understanding that she wasn't in a situation where she could. I wonder if it gives that breakdown. I feel like I don't want to go down the rabbit hole, but since you mentioned it, I'm wondering, because so many different procedures fall under the umbrella of that one particular word. I wonder what it would look like if it were broken down by a necessity because of, potential harm to the mother or the lack of viability of the fetus. I'm wondering.
I mean, look at, well, one place you can start at actually is if you look up the statistic of what's the number one unaliving of pregnant women, and it's murder of men doing that to them. That's the number one thing as of 2023, I believe. Is this the data is where that came from? this is what I mean about they don't care about the children and that it's all about the woman. When they try to force women to have babies, this whole discourse politically about forcing women to have babies, no matter what the circumstances are, it's not about that baby. It's all about controlling of that woman. That's it. And it's so blatantly obvious, and it's so sad that people aren't seeing it. I'm for people doing whatever the hell you want to. Me personally, I wouldn't have a misfortune, but I'd be damned if I told another woman she can't. That ain't my business. Like, it's weird to me that this is where we're going. And even the argument and the discourse with, I just know Kamala's gonna win. I just know she's gonna win. And I hope everybody goes out there and vote.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I just hope everybody goes out there and vote, because this is just ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. And I'm sorry, y'all, for going on a tangent, but yeah, this is ridiculous. And these men and trying to gaslight us, we're not falling for it anymore. And I'm so proud of us women for waking up and seeing the truth of what's going on right now, and the fact that we're not falling for the okie dokie. I'm proud of us. And I just hope we continue to stay in that mindset and don't get distracted and do what we need to do. Damn, did I put everybody to sleep? I'm so sorry.
No, these sunflower seeds is taking my soul away. I can't talk because I've got a mouthful of sunflower seeds.
Oh, I'm like, dang it, I just ruined the whole life. I love y'all.
No, you spitting. I'm just working at the same time. OT.
Just hope we could keep the momentum up with this election for the midterms. It would be so momentous to have the House and the Senate on our side at the same time. Oh my gosh. I think that would be the change that we need in our society overall, at least to get the juices going in the machine. I think that would definitely be the thing that catapults us in a different direction than where we've been heading for the last 15 years.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you. Like, and this is what's really sad is I don't get why a lot of the people that kind of get hyped up for the presidential elections don't understand that the president can't do anything unless y'all give them the House and the Senate. Without the House and the Senate, they can't get anything passed. So it's very important for you to look into your local, elections and see who's running and investigate these candidates, look into these candidates and see, who's going to help to move everything forward that we're trying to do here. Because it's very important. I don't want to see anything get rolled back in the sense of civil rights for anybody. And it's really sad that people are willing to vote for these laws for their own personal gain. I have no sense of wanting to control somebody else's life or lifestyle. Like Walt said, there's an old saying, mind your own business. Mind your own damn business, exactly. Why are we investigated in other people's, I don't get that. I don't want to be in your bedroom. I don't want to be in your healthcare unless it's to help you. I want to make sure you get the help you need. It's crazy to me that this is what this country is coming to. Please go out there and look into your local officials who are running for office and make sure you pick the best candidate, because they need the House and the Senate in order to be able to protect us. So
I got to figure out how do you stop a sunflower seed addiction, because it's supposed to be the thing that other people say, oh, I used to do stuff, and so I started eating seeds to get off of it. Well, when you on seeds, what do you do to get off of that? Because I am definitely on it.
are they flavored? Do you get like barbecue or ranch or just plain salted?
Ranch.
Oh yes, delicious.
My favorite ones are discontinued. My favorite was the Frito-Lay's ranch, but they stopped. Well, as of October would be the final, but they're not selling them where I live anymore.
Hold on, what
So now,
girl? I dang near want to ask where you. I never had no Frito Lay's ranch sunflower seeds.
they were good too. Everything I like
Oh my
does
god.
that though. My favorite body wash, my favorite perfumes, my favorite deodorants, my favorite Red Bull, my favorite what else have they stopped making over the years? I mean, it's so many things. I have a list at this point of things that have gotten discontinued after I became addicted, and I just have to get over the loss.
I feel you. The only thing I can really think of that I lost that I was really upset about was the cheesy Cheeto Puff Paws.
I never
I
ate
was
that.
obsessed with them. I was obsessed with them. They were good. Those are the only ones that were discontinued that I used to eat. But I be seeing like advertisements of like little snacks and stuff that aren't available where I am, and I'm just like, oh, I really want to try it.
But stuff doesn't taste as good as it used to. I don't know if it's because I'm old because of COVID or if it's just nasty now just because of how they make it.
Well, no, you're not tripping, sis. I actually, because I have you noticed. So you've noticed that like a lot of the older stuff that we used to eat when we were younger, that they taste different now. If you buy them now,
Absolutely,
like they
very much.
changed the ingredients. Yes, I've noticed that.
I used to love Pepsi, and it was like one of the only sodas that I did like. I can't drink that if you pay me. I could not if my life depended on it. I would be unalive because I can't do it.
It's so many things like, oh my gosh, that
Juicy
just
fruit
tastes
bubble gum.
different.
Juicy fruit bubble gum is
Yes,
now paper. It turns to paper in your mouth, straight up.
yes.
I haven't seen Cactus Cooler in I don't know how long.
Even just
Now I
something
gotta mix.
simple like, oh, go ahead.
No, you good.
Like even something basic like the different types of water and stuff like that, different flavored beverages. The snacks are just horrific. Because I remember I used to love snowballs and I know a lot of people don't like marshmallow. Snowballs and what's the other thing? Twinkies and stuff like that. I can't imagine what they taste like now. I'm just afraid. I don't even want to try.
And it could also have to do with the fact that, getting older, your taste buds do change. That, maybe kids did just have like sugar was like candy, quote unquote, if you get my drift. Like, that's what it was like for kids because I like went to a cousin's house and even drinking Kool-Aid was like, what? Like this is, and I like Kool-Aid, but now I drink the sugar-free kind, like the little packets you put in your water bottle. I might drink those on occasion, But like as far as having a pitcher of Kool-Aid that you would make like when you were a kid, where they be putting like a pound of fucking sugar in it, no, it's gross. I can't do that. No, I can't do that. And I'm like, maybe our taste buds did kind of change, maybe. That's super villain. Oh,
I think she
my
might have
girl
rolled over
sleep.
on her phone. I think so.
Oh. Anyway, let me shut up. Yeah. I think either our taste buds changed or that things are just nasty. And it's the same in reverse. Like there are a lot of things we didn't like as kids that we like now. Certain foods.
Some things, yeah,
Like
like
onions.
grits. Did not like
I
grits when
always
I
love
was growing
grits.
up. I
What?
didn't like it. No.
Put a little bit of cheese in there.
As a kid, I had to put so much ketchup in there to try to swallow that stuff and scarf it down. I hated it. Now I love it. Some creamy grits or some polenta, with some pepper jack cheese and stuff like that. A little bit more of an elevated, maybe with some chicken broth or something like that. But as a kid, when she would make that and like my grandmother would cook that and like some fat back or whatever. Like, oh my God, what the hell? Where's the real food, ma'am? What's going on?
That part, that's funny. But exactly, mine was black eyed peas. I hated black eyed peas as a kid. I love black eyed peas as an adult.
How I was with lima beans, but now I can eat them.
Cha cha, it's like textured oatmeal. I wish I had a better way to describe it, but it's like textured oatmeal.
Um, I would compare grits. Grits are like little I hate to describe it this way because I like grits. And I'm a person who likes them whether they're savory or sweet. I can eat them either way if they're cooked right. But the texture of them kind of remind me of they're like little beads. You can compare them to sand beads, but as a food texture.
I would say farina. Do you or
Yeah, I agree with that. I
have you
actually
ever
agree
had
with that.
farina, cha cha? It's like because all it is ground up corn kernels. That's all it is.
Yeah.
But I
It's
think
like
if you
these
cook
little
them
beads.
well, if you cook it really well, it's like if you made porridge out of rice. In terms of like, that's the only thing I could think of. Or if you ever had, if they could, what's the other thing like fufu? But if you made it runnier, I don't know. I'm trying to think of the things that might have a consistency that you could water it down slightly. But it's like a
I actually think
creamy.
you did the best description when you said it's like rice. It's like a textured cooked rice, but like chopped up into like these little beads. I agree with it. That was the best description. Oh my apologies, sis. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, me?
Yeah, I'm
I'm
sorry.
in here. I'm in here eating these seeds like my life depends on it, and I just don't want to be rude.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying your season, and that ain't nothing wrong with it. I just don't want to be the only one talking. I feel a little awkward.
This is how you. I guess this. I take this as my practice run, so if in case I ever want to go live.
Gotcha. I understand. Yeah. Deadbeat Dads suck, y'all.
Absolutely.
You know what? Now I want to eat some. I had the best grits. It was savory. It was grits with shrimp and this kind of like, oh my god, I can't remember what it was called, but it was like, I want to say like it was like a soup that was kind of put into the grits, and it was just like this savory, like spicy. It had a kick. It was so good. I need to find another grit spot like that.
See, I can't eat
It was
shellfish,
so good.
so I would have to make it with something like a.
Like
Yeah, I would have to
chicken
do
or
no, not necessarily. I could do a fish, but it would have to be like a salmon or
okay.
what else could I eat with it that's like that? I don't know. I've seen people do it with oxtails,
Ooh, that sounds so good.
or like a good I don't know what flavor of chicken might go well with that as a combination. But speaking of like interesting combinations, like I had, you know how when you go you eat spinach dip? I went to this place called Delta's and they had collard green dip. Now, of course, it just even in hearing it, you go, what? But it was really, really good. It was way better than I could have ever anticipated. It was good.
That sounds good, actually. Oxtail, that would be good with it. I could kind of see pairing grits with as far as like, since you're allergic to shellfish, salmon would be good. Um, but you could also are you interested in like, are you only savory or are you into sweet?
For grits only, so put it like this. I've never tried it, but I don't knock people because I know farina is something that I do enjoy. So I can imagine that it wouldn't be terrible to have a sweet starch. But I've never tried it because I like corn sweet, right? So it's the same
Mm-hmm.
thing. So I imagine it might taste okay. I've never, tried it.
Well, my mom used to, when I was little, she used to make our grits sweet. I didn't really get into the savory until I got older, but like you can put like how was it you who compared it to oatmeal? I don't know who compared it to oatmeal, but you can do it in the same thing. Like you can put bananas, strawberries, honey, sugar, butter, and it actually is very good. My mom used to make that like it for us when we were little, and still to this day I still like it. But the savory though, it's like hearty. It's like whether you want something hearty or whether you want like something that's more of a like breakfasty sweet type of thing. That's the best thing about grits. You can do either or with those. They can either be used in a savory way or they can be used in like a breakfast sweet way. It is so good when you add different varieties in it, and you can pretty much do anything. I would think even like chicken or since you're allergic to shellfish, you already said salmon. You can do, I think catfish. Catfish would be delicious with grits with the hot sauce. Oh my god, that would be so good. That
It
would be
would, and
so good.
I was thinking saltfish, like how Caribbean people make, or like certain types of Dominican and I don't know. I don't want to be what you call it, but like how they make bacalao and stuff. More
Mm-hmm.
like a stewed kind of
saltfish probably would be good because it would have a nice broth to it, like how you were talking about with the shrimp. That would probably
Yes.
be good.
Oh, that would be delicious. Just play around with it. You can do so much with grits. That's the best thing about grits is that you can make them savory or sweet, and it comes out delicious.
I like grits and eggs, definitely. But I like my eggs a specific way. Like I like them to have just a little bit of creaminess, but I don't want them wet. You know how people eat like over easy or runny? I have a hard time with that texture. It's not for me. I don't know what it is about that runny yolk that I'm just like, nah, I'm good. Yeah, go ahead. Or poached or whatever. I can't do it. Can't
I
do
feel
it.
you. I
When I
didn't
get a
like
little
that as a
bit
kid. I
older.
like it as an adult. As an adult, I mean, it also kind of depends on what it's on.
Maybe I just gotta go somewhere that's like maybe a Michelin star restaurant or something where like they have a sort of technique that makes it worthwhile. Have you ever been to any of Gordon Ramsay's restaurants?
No, but I have like my dream is like I've already tried one of his recipes. I watch a lot of his shows. I wish I could go to like one of his restaurants, but I'm in freaking Nebraska, so of course not. But I try to like mimic his recipes, and some of them may come out good. I really want to try that. What is it? The Benedict, the beef Wellington, the beef Wellington. I really want to try to make that from
I
scratch.
went that right there is worth it. That one item. The wine that he has at his restaurant is good. Um, what else did I have? Something else I had. I didn't really like it. Um, my friend he had foie gras. I didn't try that. Um, I had some kind of potatoes. I don't remember if I liked them or not, but it was good. It was definitely
Girl,
the
if
beef
it was
Wellington was
Gordon
good.
Ramsay and you don't remember if you like the potatoes and not that, that's disappointing. That sounds trash. If you don't even remember what it tastes like. Oh, Gordon, how you gonna disappoint me like that?
I think the chicken. I don't think I like the chicken either because what I did was like I didn't know when I was gonna go back because it's in Atlantic City, and even though I'm in New Jersey, I'm not necessarily what I would consider close. Um, and so I was like, okay, let's get a couple of things, and then we'll share it or whatever. But yeah, that beef Wellington is definitely the star of the show. Like if you go, everything that you imagine it was going to be, it's going to be absolutely phenomenal.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to definitely find my way to do that because, like, I got some vacation time coming up. Maybe I should do something like that. That would be fun.
Now he has a pub too, but I didn't go to that. I thought about going there. I didn't know what the difference necessarily would be in the item choices, but I imagine it's probably more like burgers and stuff like that.
Hmm.
I opt to go. I remember I went to get a
What are
glass
they
of
called?
wine. It was
Like the
like,
bar stool foods? You mean like that? Like the little appetizer bar
yeah,
stool foods?
that's what I was thinking they were serving in there. It was still like sit down, but it's definitely fashion differently. The other one is more like fine dining setup, but the other thing looks more like a pub kind of thing. But I don't know. I miss being in New York. I'm a little spoiled, so I probably have a bit more of a bias for certain stuff because you You get to experience like food that's authentic, um, of all different cultures. Things you would have never thought of. Like I love going to Wo Hop, which is a Chinese restaurant in downtown Manhattan, and getting me some crispy duck. Oh my god. I could only imagine what it take what the price of it is now, because it was expensive back then. It used to be it's very small, but it's very popular. So you could go up in there like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning and see some celebrities or whatever sitting down in there eating. And it was cash only, child. And it's downstairs in the ground. But the food was definitely good.
Oh, it
But
sounds
COVID,
exclusive.
it was, but COVID definitely impacted a lot of stuff in New York, because they used to be open to like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And from what I understand now, they close at like 11 or midnight or something like that. I was like, what? We ain't gonna never get there, because anytime I'm going to New York, it's always an adventure. It could never just be like, oh, we're just gonna go do a quick little food run. No, it's always some extra stuff, and we there till 4 o'clock. I just be happy when I hear my GPS go, welcome to New Jersey. I mean, like, thank God I'm back home, because driving in New York is hell. It's
Oh my
literally
god, I can
hell.
only imagine. I know. It's too much traffic. Like I get upset. I'm in an area that like yeah, we have traffic sometimes, but it's not as bad as it is in New York. I don't know.
It's not just the
I couldn't
traffic.
handle that.
I could handle traffic as long as I'm not sleepy. What I don't like is that you have aggressive drivers beyond the level of aggression that makes any sense, on top of poor infrastructure, where if you're in the wrong neighborhoods, there's going to be potholes, and then you add to that parking bullshit. So being in the suburbs all these years now, you go to Target, there's a parking lot. You go to Walmart, there's a parking lot. You go to a restaurant, there's a parking lot. In New York, good luck with that. Good luck with parking, or pay an arm and a
Man.
leg to park, and then still maybe have to walk a little bit, or opt to park somewhere else and then take a train or a bus or Uber or Lyft. And it's just like, I don't eat the same way that I used to. I used to be, you ever seen that movie Charlotte's Web?
Absolutely.
Okay, so my spirit animal is Templeton. Okay, and when he would break out
Oh.
in when he would break out in that song, when he was daydreaming about being at the what was it, the festival or the fair, whatever the hell it was, and
Yes.
he would be
The
singing
fair.
about when he would be singing about all the things he was going to eat. Like, that's still my spirit animal, and I hate likening myself to a rodent, but still, I felt that in my soul. I still do. That is one of my favorite movies, and he is definitely one of my favorite characters from a movie. And that's how I used to be with
I love
food.
that movie. Yeah, I love that movie.
I could still hear the duck spelling terrific with all the
Yes.
with all the mistakes. I could hear Charlotte. I could see Wilbur and Zuckerman's Famous Pig. Like, that's one of my favorite movies of all
I
time.
love that movie. But you know what really bothers me is like they used to traumatize us a lot with these kids. The fact that Charlotte died,
Yes.
like I'm like,
Yes.
why did they have to kill her? Like that, like as a kid, that was so traumatizing to me. Like I was like, why did Charlotte have to die?
Yeah, that, and then when all the little spiderlings leave, bye, goodbye, Homer, goodbye,
Yeah, and it's
goodbye.
like their goodbye. Yeah, like it was so sad. Like we were kids, like, oh, what is happening? It's like when Mufasa died in The Lion King. It's just like, why Bambi when his mom died? And it's just,
Yep.
what the heck are y'all doing? They traumatized us as children.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But you know what? That movie was traumatizing from the beginning because wasn't he supposed to be unalived? Wasn't that the
Yes, he was
first thing that
supposed to be
was?
made to be bacon. Like, cause remember when the animals making fun of him that he was gonna be made into be bacon, but then that Charlotte saved him by doing the webs for him. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yep. That was so crazy.
And this was a children's movie. This is what they were feeding to us as children.
But they gave us all the traumatic things. They gave us essay, they gave us violence, they gave us
Yes.
racism. Because I'll never get over Pepe Le Pew. Never, never,
Oh
never.
my God.
And
As a
what
kid,
was
I
the
knew he was creepy. I just didn't realize that he was basically, as harassing people.
Yes, yes. And then the other thing I think that I forgot which one that is specifically, and he was like, "Hi, George," and I'm gonna stroke him and love him and pet him and stroke him. I was like, God
The
damn.
abominable snowman,
Yes,
where he
girl.
wanted a bunny rabbit. He wanted Bugs Bunny, and he wanted a cute little bunny rabbit, and Daffy Duck set up Bugs Bunny, and Bugs
Mm-hmm.
Bunny like figured out a way, like he put a bunny suit on Daffy Duck and basically switched places with him, and they took him to a hot climate where he melted.
Mm-hmm. Like they tortured like children's cartoons back in the day. Now, one of the things I did like, if you remember, is Gumby and Pokey. I love claymation.
I do too.
I love Gumby and Pokey. But you know what? I think I have a mental bias because that was like one of my most memorable summers as a kid. I don't know what summer that was, but one summer in particular, Gummy and Pokey used to come on. It was like one of the best summers I had. I think that might have been before my mama married her demon. But I remember that being like the most memorable summer and then like falling asleep watching Bob Ross.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe like a year or two later is when I matured enough into saying, maybe these soap opera shits ain't so bad. I don't have to sleep all afternoon and wait until all the salacious talk shows come on in the afternoon. And I started watching Channel 7. I'm one of those people who is like the Android versus the iPhone, whether you watch CBS or Channel 7, ABC. I'm one of those people like, I ain't never watched no God and Light and whatever that As the World Turns. Don't ever talk to me about that. That's disrespectful. If you ain't watched Channel 7, you ain't on. And then Oprah came about and that became the big deal. But man, the stuff we used to take in as kids, like I remember coming home, we couldn't wait to get home to see who was gonna get their ass whooped on Jerry Springer.
Yeah,
It
well,
was
the
fun.
one thing that I realized that was crazy is remember when you would watch the old Looney Tune cartoons and how when they used to have something like blow up in their face that they would have they had the blackface caricature with the red lips.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Always. Daffy Duck
I
steak
was
getting his beak blown off.
Yes, and I was just like, this is crazy to me how I didn't realize. Well, but then again, I was a kid. You grow and you learn. But it's so crazy to me how they actually had these in cartoons that black children were watching, including us. And now
Mm-hmm.
now when you go look up these cartoons, they take that stuff out.
I
Like,
imagine that
did
a
you
lot of it does.
Did you ever see the cartoon, the Daffy Duck, where he was basically imitating Cab Calloway,
Yeah.
where it was like Riding Hood, that cartoon?
Mm-hmm. There was a lot
Yeah.
of a lot of blackface, a lot of mammy tropes, a lot of
Yeah.
just because it was a lot of xenophobia stuff because they would do like the chicky chicky boom and
Yes.
it was a lot of mess. It was a lot of mess in that stuff, and it's not until you get older that you be like, God damn, then you wonder why. But I feel like that's American culture. I think that it lends itself to make sure you can other somebody somewhere, no matter where
Yep.
you at.
Facts.
You know, like how we are as a society calling ourselves like the number one country in the world, but we're one of the few, you know, countries, in my opinion, that has as diverse of a, you know, mix of people that only speaks predominantly one language and not even well. So I
No,
look at
I wouldn't call us the number one country in the world. I would call us the number one country in the world of proving the point of the hypocrisy as far as the effects of patriarchy, sexism, racism, colorism, texturism, all of that. We're like
yeah,
the main hub of that.
yeah, but that's not how we move. So that's why other places expect us to act an ass though, because we're arrogant.
Yep.
Speak English. Yeah. Like, bitch, you don't even really speak English. Shut the fuck up. Or like so I remember I felt it the most and I had to check myself, and even now I still feel a little bit of it. So the things that we consider to be like 5-star here, right? You go to a hotel, it's 5-star, you be like, oh my God, this is fucking amazing. You go to like the Marriott, you know, like what I don't know why my brain can't think of any of the number of hotels I've been over the years. And then I went to Jamaica and they said it was 5-star or 4, I might have been 4-star. And when I got to that hotel, I said, wait a motherfucking minute. What the what I did not come to realize until I was a little bit older to appreciate was that the air quality, the cleanliness of, you know, the surrounding land, I could see through the water. I go to the beach in New Jersey and something touched my foot. What the fuck is that in the water? I'm getting out of here. Never mind. But when I was there, you could see your feet through the water. As soon as, like, as we were pulling over, I'm thinking, like, you could see through the water from the fucking plane. You're in New Jersey, you can't see through that water. You can't see the top of your foot in that water, you know? And those are the kind of weird kind of biases that it puts into you of othering and thinking. Like, look at all the years I thought about, you know, Sarah McLachlan. Like, I don't even know if she made another song. I know she did, but like, if she did, I don't know it. But I know when I hear that song, it resonates with multiple things. People making memes out of it in this point. Oh no, we're about to get dropped. Oh, that's it. That's the end. We are cooked. Well, if anybody can hear me, it was so nice being here.
Yeah,
you see that?
It's always nice.
Yeah, the grid change. I'm sure I'll be on here tomorrow. I ain't got no life. I'm doing auntie and mommy stuff. These kids will be here, so between, because I just
have a life. You're a mommy and an auntie. You do, and I'm sure you're doing a great job.
Yeah, you know, but you know what it is? It's the pressures that we put on ourselves, you know, measuring ourselves all the time. It's hard to not. It's hard to see the beauty in certain things to an extent because it's so demonized to be a mother if you're not, where your husband at, where your man at, blah, blah, blah.
Well, this is why it's very important to me personally. Like, and when I tell like women, especially, you know, Black women, you know, my sisters, you know, that I love y'all is because, like, I understand it's hard. It's hard. You need support, and it's in a lot of these cases we don't have support. We don't have support. We don't have nobody looking out for us because we need to constantly be strong. We are expected to pour from an empty cup always. And I just want to try to do my best to pour what I can into other Black women's cups as much as I can, even when I may not be full myself. I'd rather do it because nobody else is going to do it. And we need to understand that we're doing the best that we can. We shouldn't feel bad for being there for people when there are people that run away. There are men that feel like they should still get grace while running away, while demonizing the women that stay and take care of the children. And we should never feel bad for doing what we need to do. We don't need to
I
have to get
think
praised like the way they think they want us. They think we want to be praised. No, we just want to survive and take care of our children. That's
do
it.
you
And I'm
think
sorry,
do you
sis.
think it could just be genetic that they hate themselves? Like, is that the epigenetic thing? Because that's how I feel a lot of times. Like the inherently abundant amount of risky behavior that results in making children that they don't love. I just wonder if it's just because it's just like the uber reflection. Because I remember the moment I saw my daughter, because I was stupid, my first baby. Even though I was 29, I still was naive about, you know, being an actual mother. And so I was worried, like, oh, well, what if somebody steals my baby? Just all the asinine things. I don't know what the fuck was going on with me. But anyway, as soon as I saw her, she looked exactly like me. And then I had like a Twilight Zone moment, like, yeah, this is gross. It looks just like me. What is this? Like, I'm in the Twilight Zone. Help. But I was having a C-section, so I think some of it might have been the medicine. But I loved her. You know, it was scary to see somebody who looked that much like you that soon after. But I loved her from that moment, and I wonder if it's because they don't love themselves that it would be impossible to love something that reminds you of you and you didn't
Or
love
reminds you of
yourself.
somebody that you hate.